just hits the spot like nothing else, right? So, let's start with a little weather update. Because
In 1873, Jules Verne published his novel Le Tour du Monde en 80 jours. In it, an adventurous and entrepreneurial English businessman bets half of his fortune claiming that he can travel around the world in 80 days. a feat that, until then, was never performed in the history of man. From London to Suez, Suez to Bombay, Bombay to Calcutta, from there to Hong Kong, Yokohama, Yokohama to San Francisco, and on to New York, and finally from New York back to London. It was an adventure that spanned the world, forcing the hero Phineas Fogg to use every exotic means of travel to complete this journey. And as a story, it traveled the world, sparking the imagination of millions. And that imagination has brought us further than Phineas Fogg or even Jules Verne himself could have ever imagined. Inspired by Jules Verne's great legacy and the amazing race of Phineas Fogg around the world, sailors came up with a great idea to push technology and innovation. A great but simple challenge: to build the fastest ship humans have ever made and race it around the world faster than humans have ever done before. And so, the Trophée de Jules Verne was born. Now, in order to keep the contest as open and innovative as possible, it was decided that the boats could be any size, the crews could be any size, and any design was welcome, so long as the goal was to round the globe in less than 80 days or best the latest record. Set by Francis Joyon on Idexport in 2017 of 40 days, 23 hours, 30 minutes and 30 seconds. It is, by all accounts, an almost unbelievable achievement. But now, in 2020, 3 new teams are waiting at the starting line to see if they can round the world in less than 40 days. It is important that we first get to perhaps the most important thing of the entire show. I don't have my official Seawolf mug today because I have this very interesting mug from Reykjavik, actually, Iceland. So, hello Iceland. I hope you guys are ready. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, cheers!
Alors là, je crois que c'est la première fois que je vois un arc-en-ciel aussi lumineux et parfait. Trop beau, regardez. Incroyable. Magnifique.
Yeah, and cool by the way that...
Allez, on fait découvrir le Pacifique et le soleil.
là de la mer les amis. Regardez, on a plus de 50 nœuds de vent. Ça tire. Voilà. Oh, attention! Oh là 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 là. Oh, c'est chaud là, hein. Là c'est très chaud là.
Hello, Seawolves. Mr. Jean, I guess. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, to Jean. Hello Seawolves and welcome back to the show. I'm in the middle of the race village here. They allowed me to stay over a little bit longer to just close everything down, and it's that time again in our lives. It's Vendeeglobe time. It means the hardest race around the world. One man, one woman, 45,000 miles without assistance in an open 60. You can see him behind me here, the most advanced sailing hull designs, the most advanced foil designs, the most advanced sail designs, and of course the most advanced human survival technology. It's the hardest race in the world, and I'm very happy that we're this time around an official media partner to the Vendeeglobe. So they gave me full access to all the daily updates, all the media, and we're very excited to be fully part of it this time. Thank you all for your great support last time around. So in this episode, we're going to just take a nice look around the village. Actually, I'm going to tape it all tomorrow morning because I just arrived here this evening, but I just wanted to show you the fantastic atmosphere here. And well, let's dive into everything that's new this year, that's changed from last time around, and take a good look at what we can expect in the upcoming race. So, little time jump. It's now the next morning. I'm here on the press terrace in the Vendeeglobe village. And of course we can't really start this episode without a proper toast. So, welcome back Wolves. I hope you have something delicious in your cup. Here we go. 3, 2, 1 to an amazing race. Here we go. So a really cool first thing to talk about is of course the super advanced bow shapes of the Amaka class boats. And behind me here you can see two really good examples of kind of an old hull where you can see the more pointy sort of cut shape that was designed really to cut through the water, and kind of the newer, more scow bow shape that's much more rounder, where the idea is actually to create as much volume in the bow as possible so that it can kind of float through the waves and kind of rises up through the waves, which is just a different philosophy. And you can also see that these new scow bows, kind of the extreme designs of it, are actually coming up out of the water quite high, because the boats are now focusing on foiling so much more that actually the length of the waterline matters much less, where in the past they would always try to really maximize the waterline because that makes the boat kind of able to go through the water as fast as possible, you know, making kind of working against the wave principle, which limits the optimal speed of boats depending on, you know, the length of the waterline. But with the boats mostly foiling, sort of planing, let's say, that matters much less. And so you can see that all these bows are kind of gradually coming more up. Jean Lecamp's new boat, even though that's not a foiling hull, is a great example where you can see here really how extremely high that bow is coming up out of the water. Now, another really important design factor is actually the top side of the hull. So in the newer designs, like Jeremy Bijou's Chiral, for example, you can see here, we see that, well, in previous generations, these hulls were sort of like very curved towards the inside, which helps with kind of the water flow management, because these boats are very wet, so they have a lot of water coming over the hull when they're really accelerating. And water is, of course, very heavy, so you want to get rid of that. You want to get it off board as fast as possible. And so the way used to be to kind of bring that down, bring it to a place where you kind of dewater it as fast as possible. But when you dig sort of like, well, a hole in the upper structure, that takes away quite a bit of volume. And so this kind of new thing that we see now in, for example, Jeremy Bijou's new Chiral, is that they also really continue the strategy of putting as much volume as possible into the hull, also on the top side. So you can see that his new boat is very round, very full, and he's effectively doing the dewatering just, you know, over the sides and not tunneling it towards the inside. And so the overall strategy seems to be to just pack as much volume into the hull as possibly, because that's going to help to get the hull kind of flying through and over the water. That brings us to the foil design. You can see the beautiful initiatives Curve, Sam Davis and Metro Koch there with their beautiful new design foils. And so after the last race, they kind of limited the maximum volume of the foils in order to more or less prevent an all-out war for who could design the biggest, most voluminous foils. And so instead of kind of a race for more and more volume, now it has become more and more about the shape. And very important in that battle is stability, because the rudders in the Yamaka class are not allowed to carry foils, so they can't really take the boat completely out of the water like in the America's Cup, for example. And so that created a lot of instability, meaning that the boats kind of tend to sometimes nosedive at very high speeds. And so in order to kind of counter that, they've been working on improving the shape and the stability of the foils. And though there were some experiments with kind of the C-shaped foils that were kind of on the inside, so in the previous Hugo Boss, which is now Hublot, we see that the newer generations are pretty much all kind of the more, well, classic, let's say now, outside located foils. And that they've become very big and very round. And kind of the idea behind that is to combine and sort of push all the forces towards an equilibrium to carry the boat out of the water and to kind of keep it at a certain angle, to keep the nose as high as possible and prevent that sort of slamming into the water, which can sometimes, and still unfortunately does sometimes, happen. Now, I'm a pretty big guy. You can see just how gigantic the foils here on Medallia Pip's boat are, for example. And so the combination between those increased hull shapes and the increased foils is that the speeds of the boat on average has gone up a lot. So they're now averaging speeds that are somewhere between 25 and sometimes even 35 knots, which has made the ride itself just much more extreme. And to counter that, because, well, us human skippers are just really not built to withstand that kind of pressure and slamming. Because kind of crashing into a wave at 35 knots an hour, 35 knots is like crashing a car at, let's say, 60 or 65 kilometers an hour. So that's really rough. Those kind of bangs are really intense. And so now there's begun this race to kind of design, well, you could almost call it like a cockpit chair or like a skipper's chair that's designed to keep the captains steady when optimally foiling and going at high speeds with these boats, to help them kind of be safe and tune the boat from one central spot, almost like a cockpit. And a lot of kind of new development has gone into that. Every skipper is approaching it kind of in their own way.
Probably my new personal favorite upgrade to the boat, which will navigation seat here. So we're now looking towards the back of the boat and we're in the entrance to the living space. So what we've put here is this nice big throne, big comfy seat here. Got a nice big padded bit here and then this arching bit at the back. And basically this is where all the navigation can be done from. I pull down the computer screen here. I grab my keyboard there. And now I can be sat here comfortably. I can still see everything in front. I can still see all the controls and all the data screens in the cockpit. There's the view forward.
But it's also a development that's going to matter in the race, because the longer you can keep fresh, the more you can prevent injury also, because in the last in the last ocean race, for example, one of Boris Herman's crew got really quite injured because of a bang like that. Because in a long race like the Vendeeglobe, the chance of a small injury creating havoc with your race is of course really large. So they want to keep us safe, and so one way to counter that is to have the enclosed, really safe sort of cockpit chair when they can recline and kind of tune the boat from there. Now, another new development that you see on almost all the boats is lots of cameras, because cameras over the last 4 years have actually made another giant leap forward. They've become a lot smaller, more compact, more lighter, and so almost all the boats are packing a lot lot of cameras which are feeding inside, which kind of give the skippers the option to keep a 360 view around through some of the cameras also, which helps in bad weather. Now, another really cool development is the use of hydropower on board. So last editions there were just a few boats who had it, but this time around literally every boat has several hydro generators on the back. You can see them here on Yannick's boat, but I'll show you a few different ones as well. Now, in addition to some solar power, which most boats have, of course having hydro-generated power on board is really something that, with the boats going very fast, is something they'll have access to most of the time, which is a great way to power some of the electric systems on board. Even in very, very bad weather, they can rely on this particular way of generating power. Now, of course, to get all the details inside, we need to actually hop inside. So let's get on board with the technical director of this particular ship. So we just jumped on board and we got Pip Hare here and her technical man Geoff for an actual inside look into all of the insides of the Maccas, because we've been spending the whole morning kind of talking about the outside, hulls, foils and all of kind of the latest developments. You got like a little quick message for the Wolves maybe, Pip?
Just looking forward to sharing the next 3 months with you, and cheers.
Nice, nice. So we're looking forward to it also. Well, let's go have a little tour and see what they've been up to. So we just dived into the belly of the beast here with Geoff. And well, we've been talking kind of the whole day about, you know, all the different sort of technical updates that a lot of the skippers, designers have made. So can you talk a little bit, let's start with kind of the hull shape, because of course you got this boat after the last Vendeeglobe.
Yeah.
And did you actually change anything to the actual hull shape, or is that basically the one element that kind of stayed the same for this boat for you guys?
We've changed something at the bow, so we chopped off, I think it was 2.7 meters, something like that, of the bow. See, beforehand, the bow would have just carried on vertically down.
Yeah.
And then had this quite sort of bulbous nose that just sort of drove into the waves. And
Yeah, so it's very in line with kind of the new designs of sort of, you know, getting the bow more up, more higher,
Yeah, exactly.
because the boats are more planing, so you just also need maybe less waterline, or is there much less focus on the length of the waterline?
Yeah, less focus.
Much more important.
Less focus on the waterline and more about just, you know, if you kiss the wave in front, that you're lifted over it, not drag, you know, you're not dragging it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Some of the guys have been doing 6.5, 7 meter modifications, but we did 2.5 because it's budget, because especially on these boats where you've got the transverse rib structure, obviously the more you cut out, the more you've got to redo, and there's one of those every 350 mil or something.
Yeah.
So if you chop off 7 meters of bow, you've got to rebuild all of that structure back.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of work, and we basically invested the money, you know, into the foils and the actually fitting. Actually installing the foils in the boat was nearly twice the cost of the actual foils. You think of the foils as expensive, but actually installing them in the boat is even more.
Yeah, so I guess because we've been talking a lot about kind of the let's say the new trend with the newer models is to put a lot more volume, both in sort of like the sort of more scow bow shaped fronts, but also if you look at the new Shirel, for example, actually a lot of more volume on the top deck, so just kind of stacking the boats with volume. But I guess that apart from the nose that you just told us, you didn't really do any project in that particular direction.
We had to add a lot of volume on the coach roof and everywhere. I mean, you probably have seen all these boats with various lots of frames stuck on them.
Yeah. But that's more for like the turning, right? For riding the boats if they would ever turn over.
Yeah, they basically have to be 5 times more stable upright than they are upside down, which is where the foam bit comes into it. And because we've added a ton of weight to the boat in the heavier foils and all structure, we then had to offset that weight with more foam. So we put a big we built a big foam CNC, like a big foam bit that went on top of the coach roof, and that actually blended in nicely. But for some reason the calculations were slightly wrong. We've had to add, I don't know, just another probably 100 or so litres of foam just before the TUV, so that isn't quite so attractive. So yeah, so the boat's not quite as good looking as it once was.
Well, let's hope it sails fast, I guess. That's
it's definitely fast.
It's a lot. Okay, so we covered the hull. The foils, of course, that's, you know, for most teams is like the major thing. It's definitely something that have been a lot of improvements after, well, you know, in the last race, it was kind of the second race with foils, but that's when they really kind of came into their own, let's say. So you've also done some major changes there. You got newest generation foils there.
Yeah.
What can you kind of tell us, and you know our audience really loves the details, loves to get kind of into the nitty-gritty on this, like what's really the upgrade as far as the foils that you guys did now this time around?
Which you can't see, I guess, normally when you're looking at them, is just this angle through there.
Oh yeah, that's where you can really see that sort of like lip.
Yeah, exactly. Goes in there, and then we've done quite a nice sharp. You just want like quite a nice sharp, because you remember in the Volvo there's quite a lot of noise and cavitation.
Yeah.
I think Malizia particularly struggled with that. So this really sharp edge. But you can just see we've got a bit of work to do from
And
that.
that helps also with like noise reduction actually.
That. So you're basically trying to get the water off the back as cleanly as you can. And that's what that's about.
Yeah.
And if you look on the lower bearing, you see that red rectangle. That's basically an elastic polymer bumper.
Yeah.
So just in front of that this trailing edge leans on is a titanium finger, we call it, which sort of changes with the rake.
Yeah.
But ultimately, if you hit something, that is then the foil hits the finger, and then that hits the red bumper. And hopefully that takes
We'll
some
save
of the,
it.
takes some of the load out of it.
Nice. Yeah, and they're so big, huh? Like actually, look at Geoff here standing
they're
here.
huge,
Like Geoff is not the smallest guy, and they're like about a meter above your head, I think, something like that. Like it's quite crazy.
So they're 350 kilos each, and they're basically solid carbon now. So the ones that we did originally for Boss in 2016 had like a foam, there was some elements of foam inside, but this is basically made up of planks, lateral planks, all glued together and then machined.
Wow.
But if you think they go, so from the bearing they're then all the way into
this is like fully
this
in,
is fully
so this
in,
is like if they're
so at the moment the top of it is just
how
under
much is the extension like when it's like fully
it's
extended?
about 1.5 meters or something like that.
Wow.
But it sort of pushes them down. The effect is massive.
Yeah.
So which means new foil cases, new bearings, new hydraulics to control the rake of the foil. But essentially all of this is much bigger than it was previously in terms of the structure. This is an entire new bulkhead. Obviously we've got the foil cases up here, more structure to support it, and then the continuation of the tunnel that we originally had.
You can see here, like that's where actually the foils are.
Yeah, so the foils come up here. So that basically where that ram is the top bearing, is the other side of that, and that slides up fore and aft on a track. But effectively, when the foils are in, the top of the foil comes all the way to the centre line on both sides.
Wow. And what are these like?
There's ramps to help move the sails.
Oh,
fore and aft.
I mean this particular.
Yeah, so you just because obviously the sails
to
are
slide
heavy
the
and
sails through.
bags and all the rest of it. So
Nice.
this was a complete, retrograde. The deck's on already, and you can see it's quite big lumps of boat.
Yeah.
Stuck
Like
in.
we'll probably make a little overview of the internal structure because you had to add a lot, I guess,
We
to
had to add
support the new
a lot,
foils.
yeah. So it was a relatively conservative case, but it was just we know our weakness. We're not one of the French teams with 30 people and our own
You're not?
bureau of designers and stuff. We're largely a four-man technical team with some subcontractors. So we rely heavily on support from Verdier to help us with the design stuff, and the PRB guys had done quite a lot of in-house design stuff. So for us, it was like, right, we tick off the design. We don't have to worry about that. We know as we were doing this, PRB was going around the world, going great guns. Everything was really reliable, and it was all done at Carrington's. And you just we don't need to worry about that, because implementing all of that is hard enough. You don't want to be reinventing the wheel. And I think we were just lucky or clever, I guess, in identifying a good path to go down.
And as far, so that's kind of like the methodology and kind of the steps. As far as sort of the results for the actual sailing of the boat, can you describe to us a little bit, maybe using percentages or however way you want to describe it, what is the real sort of gain that the performance of the boat has made through this kind of new foiling package, as far as maybe added speed or a better performance at certain key angles, and maybe also as far as stability goes, for example, which is something a lot of teams are really searching for. It's a long race, so you need a stable platform. So can you talk a little bit about the actual increase? Maybe you cannot reveal everything as the competitive advantage, of course, but can you talk a little bit about how much that has really changed the performance as far as how the boat kind of was when you got it, and the state that is now as far as the advancement in the foils that you guys made?
This is radically transformed it, basically. So top end speeds much higher and more easily attainable, and then the average speed is up, consistently up several knots. So as soon as you're foiling, which is great. The boat handles, certainly this year, we've increased the rake from last year, because again, you don't want to change we're a small team, and even changing the rake 1 degree has a massive knock-on in terms of sails, cable lengths, boat handling and stuff. So the first year, 23, we didn't change the rake. So we did that last winter, and that's just really helped get the bow out. And it's just because Pip was having some quite serious, 30 to 10 knot nosedives. So the rake has really radically improved that. We've moved fuel tanks back. We've shifted all of the weight as much as we can back. There's basically
took out some water ballast also.
We've taken out the mid ballast because they're just not using. You've got the writing moment on tap really, and we were having quite a few structural issues. They were quite big tanks, and they've been around the world a lot of times, and they're sort of effectively they were just breaking down. So it was either we cut them out, do a lot of work, but actually we're not using them much, and let's get rid of it, because obviously we gained all the weight with the new stuff. So if we get more weight out, and that was a good way to get weight out.
Were you guys surprised? Did it throw you a little bit off, as far as how much the performance changed when you first went out with the new foils, it being almost like a completely new boat and having to really sort of relearn everything? Like you said, later you decided to change the rig. Did you know you were going to do that, or was it more wow, the situation with the new foils has changed so much that you then had to sort of confront a lot of other things that were now maybe off balance or a little bit thrown out of whack because of that major upgrade?
No, we knew we were going to have to change. You just look at the fleet, so we knew we were going to have to. We're sort of, we're not at the front of the innovation in the fleet. We're sort of the sheep. Hopefully at the front end of the sheep, but we are. We knew it was coming probably. But it's just what can we achieve in one hit? Limited budget, limited resources, whatever. So we have to sort of spread it out, even if it's inevitable. So I think. It was obvious that it was blatantly obvious that it's a lot quicker. Then you obviously have to quantify it and redo all your numbers because again we don't have the money for like huge studies on VPPs and stuff, so we kind of have to. Plus, Pip's a seat of the pants sailor anyway, so you kind of just have to get out there and prove it a bit. But I think the danger is that it wasn't the case before, but these boats are very quick. But the difference between like just sailing and then pushing is several knots, which obviously didn't used to be. 20 years ago that wasn't the case. So you've got to know. You've got to know your numbers, and you've got to know that you're sailing to, not expecting 100% all the time, but you need to know what the target is. So that's what we've spent. We've got the reliability sort of out the way last year, and then this year's very much been about trying to get the numbers right and work out where so at least she knows the target, and that's where we need to be.
And would you say that what would you say will be the biggest opportunities of sort of type of sailing that is really going to present the biggest opportunity maybe for Pip during the race, and what are going to be maybe based on everything you know about the boat now, the more challenging areas, let's say, just as far as how the boat handles and what kind of really the strengths of the boat now are in its current form?
So we have, what do we have? We have probably a bit more inherent stability in the hull, so she potentially doesn't need to use in the light areas, whatever, she perhaps doesn't need foil so much as the other guys, can retract maybe some more. And then, this race is down to the skippers, basically. I think you have to, for this boat, obviously we've put the new foils in, it's sailing dramatically quicker than it was before, the motion is more violent than it was before. The impacts are in a different part of the hull to what they used to be. So you've got to keep that in mind when you're pushing this boat. It wasn't from to be ground up. It wasn't designed for what it's going to go and do, really. So you've got to treat she's still an old girl in some places.
No section which is full of sails right now. Create a little extra space inside, of course.
If you come up here.
You see a very well color coordinated system over here everywhere. Of course. What can you show us here?
So we added another tack for the bowsprit. Before it just had one, but obviously, sort of you learn that from the last race we had sort of tack line issues. And I just, for this race, I just want Pip to be sailing, the last race was, especially by the end, I mean, Christ, it was just DIY every day. So we've added a second tack, and it also means that she can peel, so she can have a masthead sail and a fractional sail up.
Nice. And so it's right here in front, so it's actually not on the bowsprit.
So we've got two there. So actually we've got three. So 3 Jenica type sails basically. But again, we've worked really hard on having, they've all got the same fittings, so you can swap between the tacks, and if she chafes through one of these tacks, we've got another tack line already with a 3-to-1 on it in the spares. So it's just, you just need them back up sailing as quickly as you can.
How would you say the boat is like weight-wise compared to like when you got her? Did she get a lot heavier or actually lighter, or is it about the same?
No, it's loads heavier because of the foils. So we're a ton and a bit heavier.
Wow, okay.
So that's a lot. Hence the foam on the coach roof. All the rest of it. But the boat's quicker, eh?
Yeah. Okay, so a little bit moving on to actually that topic, because like you say, this race really in the end is all about the skippers. How much can they do, how much can they push? And one aspect that we've been seeing with a lot of the boats, a lot of the skippers, is that because of the increased speeds of the boat, and especially of course sailing in like rough seas and going very fast, the violenceness, if that's even a word, of the boats has increased another step compared to like the previous race. We've seen that many captains are, everybody's approaching it kind of in their own way, like how they're dealing with it. We see some people have like completely molded, body molded chairs. Other people have like very like padded areas in the boat to kind of hang out and navigate from. What are kind of your approaches to this particular sort of part of the challenge, getting Pip really, sort of safe, stable, so she can really focus on what she needs to focus on while doing long stretches of this possibly quite violent, sailing?
Yeah, so I think if we'd start again with a new boat, you'd probably do stuff slightly differently and put more, obviously the newer boats put more emphasis on that. We could have done, we could have fixed our coach roof back to be more, enclosed in the back of it, like some of the other boats of our generation have done. But that isn't, to be honest, that's just not Pip's style of sailing, so she doesn't want that. It would have helped us out a lot, actually, on stability and stuff, to have fixed that part of the coach roof, but it's just that isn't the way Pip. So, she wants to be able to see and feel and all that.
And compared to what she did last time with like a completely open boat, and we all remember the images of her like sort of like just beaten down but still going on. So that's really
she's a tough cook. So it's one of those things where she hasn't like driven that side of stuff. We've had plenty of stuff to worry about, so we've probably neglected her, I would say, on that to some extent. But we've added a lot of, you can see there's padding everywhere.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
It's very. You can't pad everything because you're moving sails and stack and stuff all the time. So we've put nets, cargo nets, effectively up sort of halfway in the main living space, so that if there is a big reduction in speed, she won't go flying into something hard. Hopefully, we've got her chairs now got positions inside, outside on both tacks, and that's got headrests and stuff. It's probably not quite as Gucci as some of the other boats. And
Gucci, I like that. This is like a Gucci design boat.
A big padded. Well, that's where the extra budget goes. We can barely do the essentials. With our team. If you've got another 10 people, then you can start building custom boats and all that sort of stuff.
So I heard Pip talk actually about the importance of not messing up the halyards and making sure everything is like structured throughout the race. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So obviously they're all very good sailors, but they get tired and stuff, and so we have a colour system throughout the boat. So like the J3, everything's red. So the halyards red, the sheets are red. The tack line's red, just to try and help so that you don't make mistakes, because on these boats especially you can't really see much. And if you've made off if you're not using the J2 or a Jenica, and then you've tied the sheet off to the stanchion and then you start winding it on it at the back of the boat thinking it's the J3 sheet, you're going to pull the stanchion out and various things like that. Same with halyards and stuff, so it's just trying to make their lives as easy as possible, basically.
Cool. Can you tell us about, did you actually change anything about the structure here, or how it's organized, or is it pretty much the same as it was before?
What have we done here? We've changed, so we've put in some Harken Air 300 winches. So I think probably as soon as these boats were built, the winches were probably under spec'd, and obviously with the higher loads now, they're definitely under spec'd. And obviously ours were done to round the world races. So we have gone for so basically the Harken Air 300 is the new version of the 650s that we had before. To be honest, they're still slightly underrated, so I think Harken are working on a obviously now that there's so many of these boats being built, they're building a slightly upgraded version. Well, to be honest, a new size, a bigger size for these boats, to cope with the loads.
And as far as the organisation itself, did anything change, or is it pretty much the same?
No, we're pretty. That is one thing we haven't changed really. The tillers are the same. We put a big shelf on the back. Partly for.
And this is the new solar, I guess.
That's something new solar, and the rest of it's on the coach roof. So that is. I mean, Pip stacks the sails back there a lot downwind. but if we have a problem with the engine or something, then she just won't stack there, and it just gives us more more capacity. We've got 2 Iridium.
And I guess like seeing all the zippers, there is a tent.
There is a tent, yeah, conservatory we call it. So this slides back the same. That's the same as it always
of course,
was.
yeah.
But yeah, it's just more.
I'm a pretty big guy, and so if I like want to be underneath the coach roof, it's like, you know, pretty low.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason we didn't fix it, because obviously the new boats have a low. They drop the copper.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So it would be pretty cramped under here.
And so basically she slides the coach roof off, and then she has like a tent extra to really close the back if she really wanted to or needed that.
Exactly. Well, all the water has a habit of whipping back.
Yeah,
so you'd think it all goes that way, but it doesn't. It sort of flicks back.
It goes where you don't want it the most, right?
Exactly.
That's what it does.
And we still have a problem with, we have a dam that fits in there and goes across there to stop water sloshing forwards.
Oh yeah, nice. Oh, that's pretty
if she has a big stop. Stop it going down below.
Well, let's hop in. Let's see some of the. Very nice. Yeah. So, what can you tell us about this particular space? Oh wow, we got the full technical installation here. Very open.
Yeah.
Very cool to see.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there. So we did a full rewire in 23 as well. So everything's new pretty much.
This layout is really cool.
And a lot of that was actually pre-done off the boat, because obviously the electricians always get squeezed at the ends of these projects where you've still got boat builders trying to grind.
I'm sure there's some like technical wolves watching this going, oh, that's so nice.
Yeah. Well, we had a technical partner come down that are into all that sort of stuff, and they were like, oh my God, that's a lot going on.
Yeah.
And obviously,
by the way, like checking, like, oh yeah, breakers and all that. Like,
and it all gets fed into a little computer, and that you have at home. And it's kind of worrying that all these, Ethernet switches and stuff are just USB hubs and stuff. Should really be in an office, and yet they're being thrown around the world. So we've still got 2 pilots, that drive the rams, and then we've got the Exocet processors there, which sit on top of it. So I hope it's all new wiring, new connections, because the danger with an 8-year-old boat is that
So that's also something that you really updated just to be better safe than sorry, and just full new electronics throughout the boat. Nice. Yeah, I see the burner there.
Yeah.
With the all important coffees.
Yeah, the kitchen down there. What else? The mottled paint is that's a hangover from Bank Pop, where they had actually originally painted it all white, and then they were a bit overweight, and
they scrubbed it all off again.
Their performance manager made them paint it all, sand it all off again. Yeah.
So it gives it kind of a nice.
Yeah, it's kind
sort of
we've
rugged,
got used to it.
Look. Yeah, I kind of like it. It's okay. It's nice. And I see that we have the chair here also.
Yeah, the chair, and then the net behind it that she can put up to catch herself.
Yeah. And that actually goes on some kind of pedestal, right? That you got in the outside, so she can look to the canopy while.
Yeah, the seat. So the seat, the same sort of position down there each side, and then in the in the cockpit, she can see out the bubble and hang out up there. I mean, originally it was a steering, because the tiller can still go there.
Exactly.
That's not going to happen. So much these days.
What will be sort of like the sleeping area for? Like, is it like sort of on the side? I see
that's a bunk there.
Oh yeah.
So they're the bunks for the rules are on the top, but they're just for stacking really.
Far back.
Scoops feed the aft ballast. But again, you can see the ramp there.
There's a scoop for the water ballast.
And then there's a big pad at the back of the boat that she can attach her purchase
big
through.
foam bed here. Nice.
So she can drag everything all the way to the back.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, the paint actually looks cool, this kind of sand idea.
Yeah. Got the solar panels blinking away there. Really
Something's doing something important over here.
Yeah.
Nice.
But then if you look under there,
that's where we just were before?
Floor.
You guys were curious kind of what the front of the hall is. Just a big empty space. It's big though, you can have a party here. It's like
this is the biggest space in the boat. I mean, I guess one thing is that we've basically reinforced I think it's something near 80 of the ribs in the summer because we were popping see these delta section ribs. We broke I think
carbon here,
probably
for the carbon lovers.
It's
looks amazing.
So we're kind of talking like really like in my heart of hearts, I'd like to paint it white. But the
No, leave it like that.
But the
That's for the purists.
well, the problem is if you paint it white and we have a problem during the race, then Pip's got to sand through all the white paint.
Yeah.
So if it's white, it helps you identify. You know, it's easier to see if you've got a crack. But the downside is she's then got to sand the paint off before she can actually repair it.
Yeah.
So we've actually pre-made 4 sections of that that will just clamp over the top of it if she breaks some, so she can just cut it down into lengths and stick it on so she can get back racing. But I'm hoping that we've done, you know, with Verdier, we identified all the areas that they thought were at risk.
Yeah.
And we, like I say, we've done 80 repairs.
Yeah. Wow, it looks incredibly sturdy. Nice, beautiful. Yeah, with the BNG unit here in the center. The tunnel.
Got the tunnel, so that then goes into that. So effectively that, if we open that hatch, you've got the keel underneath. But effectively all the halyards, reefs, everything from the mast comes down through the deck.
Yeah, and these are like the tunnels
And then
and it goes to
feeds back here. So all tack lines, halyards, everything comes back through these.
Nice. What are your predictions for like the start of the fleet? Like, do you have any idea of like what the weather's going to be already? Like, what do you guys are looking at now?
Last time I looked yesterday, it was quite light downwind, which should be fairly challenging. I think be interesting sail choices and all that kind of stuff to do.
Nice.
So yeah, downwind starts quite hard actually on these boats because changing a sail takes so long that you kind of do you start with what you want to sail with, or do you start with something else and then change or whatever? So yeah, it can be good. And then you know, if the main thing is if the fleet can get out of Biscay without getting clobbered, then that's good for
that's good for everybody, I guess. Really. Yeah. It's extremely foggy out today here. Actually, you can see about like 200 meters or something. So let's hope that clears.
Yeah, that was a nightmare last year. So. And we're out early. I think we're off the dock at 8:20 or something.
Yeah.
We're one of the first boats out, so we've got a lot of time. Sitting around out there.
Okay. Well,
How do you think people do during the race?
Should do well, yeah.
Okay. Well, I think we've pretty much seen it all, Jav. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Excellent tour.
Thank you.
So I guess that was already a lot of information to absorb on this day, and as you can see it started kind of good, but now it's getting pretty foggy, so let's hope that all clears before the start in a few days. But that's it for this first episode. In the next report we're going to look at the entire racetrack around the world and all the various challenges that await the skippers as they sail around the world. So that in the next episode, and of course we're going to talk about my personal favorites, why I think they will do well, and we'll get into lots of other really cool technical details. So hope you enjoyed this. Make sure to like the video, subscribe, hit the bell icon so you get all the updates as they come in over the next 3 months as we're racing, and see you in the next episode. Ciao, ciao. perfect cruising. Just lovely.
Rollers at maybe 2 meters or so. Nothing too crazy, but making it nice and lively.
Okay, well I better get back to the cockpit now. Still got like 5 hours to go, so time to just relax, put on some music, enjoy the sounds. So we're on the way. Beautiful 12, 13 knots. The odd gust here and there. So got full sails up. Cruising at 8.5 knots or so with about 1 knot of tide, so that's nice. We got a bit some waves, pretty gentle there. We've had this wind direction for about 2 days, about 10 knots or so. So we got some slow rollers, maybe meter, meter and a half. Really very comfy, beautiful little rolling sea. And well, my dinghy situation so far seems to be doing pretty well. It's nice and high above the water. Like, yeah, if it's really rough, I definitely would stow it, but it seems that at least for now it's holding on quite well. Here we see all the factories and stuff in the distance of IJmuiden that I left about half an hour ago. Yeah, we're making great speed here. Nice cozy rollers. And a little Amsterdam flag there. And we're kind of, well, between upwind and a beam reach, kind of a nice tack. Movement of the boat is very chill. So yeah, I ain't complaining. This is like really nice. Looking forward to having a Texel beer. Just love it. This is so nice. Days like this. Days like this. So far so good. We're about 3/4 of the way, about maybe an hour and a half more, and the weather is perfect. We've had pretty much 12 knots the whole trip, so doing a steady 8-9 knots now with the tide, which is great. And yeah, we're just booking along. I overtook like 3 other boats, so that always feels nice.
We got the beautiful lighthouse there in the distance. And Spirit is holding up beautifully as always. It's a strong, sturdy boat.
Just sailing super nicely. So yeah, just chilling. And I can't wait to get on Texel. So we're almost there. You can see it behind me there. Kind of just changed tack a little bit. Now I'm pretty much on a beam reach right beside Texel. And there in the distance, you can already see kind of the last bend before the marina where I'm going. So about 45 minutes more, I think. You can still see the lighthouse there from the Helder. Super strong currents there for a minute. Have to really watch out and fight it. But now really nice, calm, flat water here now that I'm in between the islands. So we're speeding along. Just lovely.
Nice and sunny.
So we just took the sails down and we're here. Now it's just a matter of parking the boat. Not the easiest part actually. Total calm, like it. Getting ready to sail to Harlingen tomorrow. Up early, 7 o'clock. 5 hours, so it should be fun, but prediction is 20 to 30 knots. So we'll see. Look at that. There, somewhere far in the distance, about 40 miles, is the next destination, and over there is Spirit, waiting, getting ready for next morning. Here's the boat of some friends, expedition ship on its way to Iceland. Porola del Mar. Might join him at some point, so who knows. Cool. So, moving the boat real quick because tomorrow morning we're gonna have 29 knots, kind of on an unfavorable direction to the box that I was in. So there's this nice dock that puts me nicely head into the wind for an easy departure tomorrow morning. When you're solo sailing, you always have to take into account these type of maneuvers. So I'm making a quick change. Just to illustrate, this is why. So now I got the boat on one little line. And because of how the wind is blowing, I can just very easily take off. No hassle, no running, no throwing a lot of lines at the same time. So about 5 hours till the destination. It's beautiful weather. Should be quite windy though, so max around 29, 30 knots, average about 16, 17. Now usually in this part, when the prediction says average 25, it's usually 5 knots more, but it could also be 5 less, so we'll see. Should be pretty much a downwind sail, so I'm just gonna put out my Genoa and see if we can get there. just to show you. So we're doing a hefty 9 knots right now with the current underneath us. I switch to the sail. Should be really good this. So we're on the way to Harlingen from Texel. It's kind of interesting because my sail is blocking the sun like precisely. But I got a, well, textbook beam reach, doing 8.8 knots. That's with about 1 knot of current, so don't think that my 12 meter can go that fast naturally, but look at this. This is definitely good stuff. Now these are incredibly strong tidal water, so at the high point I'll get about 2.5 knots or so in the same direction that I'm sailing in right now. And we got a lot of twists and turns, so sometimes I have it with me, but sometimes I also get it like right from the side or even against me. So there's a bit of a wormy way that we have to go through all of the shallows, because many of these areas will be land during the ebb tide. So it's one of those places where you just have to really watch out. But having said that, just look at it. There's my first marker already. Wow, we are going fast. Oh la 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 la. Normally I would enjoy the bow shot a little bit longer, but here I really don't want to mess around with the shallows. So you can kind of see, so this is kind of how my course is going to go. So I got to make this giant S, and then I'm going to go right up. So the current's going to sweep me right in there. So I really want to pay attention to make the turn in time, and to also really hug kind of the starboard side, because that tide will just so easily put me off to the side there. Doing 8.9 knots now with the current. Just to be clear, my boat can't go that fast. About 8.1 is really the max, maybe 8.3 to the water, but that's really it. So we already got half a knot of current behind us, but still I like to see those kind of speeds on the anemometer. She's just flying along. So of course the sailors know this, but just to kind of illustrate, so you know, you can see here on my Orca map, like I'm trying to go kind of in between these two, but I'm aiming way below the first one, and that's because the current, the drift here is so strong that it will definitely put me quite a bit to the side over that time. So you know, sailing but compensating like all the time.
So nice. See how we're doing. Nice. 7.5 knots. About 20 knots of wind right now, so that's cool. There goes my next marker. And yeah, I got a perfect course. Exactly where I want to be, so real good. Pretty chill, but we got like 24 knots or something wind with us now. So you can clearly see all these white stripes and all the foam heads there on this really shallow area. You can quite clearly see this. So that'll be land, you know, half the day. Just right now with the tides, it's covered, and the same thing on the left. So you can see here also like lots of rip tides going on. Which is why we're navigating through all this with extra care. It can be so deceptive when you have the wind in your back. Like it can feel so calm when it's really not. Like as soon as I turn around, because I do have to go upwind for a while in about 2 hours, like the last little bit, so then we'll have probably 25 knots like full against us. With the speed of the boat, it'll be maybe 35 relative speed, so then it will be very different all of a sudden, and we'll have the same riptides everywhere. So yeah, I'm already looking forward to that. But for now, with a beautiful little sunshine, it's fantastic. And the town where we're going, Harling, is like actually one of the oldest towns. And I mean like old. Like this is an old Viking and Frisian city, thousands of years. So a beautiful center and everything, you'll like it, I think. So I have a little bit of like half an hour more on this particular course, and as you can see, it's still downwind, about 18 knots now, so it went down for a little bit, which is nice. And the boat is really flat. So now that everything is really flat, I'm going to kind of prepare my main, because once I make the turn and I have to go upwind the last part, I'm probably going to want to utilize my main a little bit. So with 20 knots, I'll probably just put maybe 2 reefs in, just to be sure, in case it really goes over 30 all of a sudden. So I can put that up at a moment's notice with reefs already ready, and with the boat really steady and a nice platform to work on. So it's nice to seize the opportunity to prepare for later. So let's do that. Still nice and wild out here. Next marker in sight. Water's rushing all around. I mean, we're doing 8 knots and the water is still a little bit faster than me. So the waves are still kind of passing me by. Lots of fishing nets and towers everywhere. I don't know if you can see, but they're all over. There's lots of good fishes in here. Busy fishing area. And yeah, we're doing really good, just to know out. Wind is kind of varying now between 14 and 21, so right now it's a little bit higher, I think around 21, 22. So every once in a while we get a bit of a pull and we go like 8.5 knots. The last like 10 minutes it was a little better. We did like 14 to 16, so a little bit more calm. But because I left really early and kind of anticipating that the water would get kicked up. So right now it's still pretty flat, which is kind of nice when you have a following sea, you know. So also because of the queasiness, because that's when you're going downwind with a lot of waves, that's like the perfect course to get a little sick, which I wasn't looking forward to. So now we got a beautiful, steady, almost, well, it's not exactly flat like as you can see. We're still bumping quite a bit, but 2-3 hours from now it's going to be kicked up a lot more. So a nice beam reach. Let's check the numbers. How we doing? Okay. Looking good on the next marker. Another very nice 7.5 and 18.5 knots. So it's fluctuating, like I said. Navionics agrees. It's always nice when both of the chart plotters agree, so I'll believe them. I think we're gonna go, actually, yeah. Orca has so many cool data, it's amazing. Let's give ourselves a few extra degrees. We're a bit high. Actually, okay, course corrected. Onwards. It's always interesting when you're the only boat on the entire water. So I can see like most of the Waterzee here, and there's just nobody out here. I'm literally like the only boat sailing right now, which is a nice feeling.
Stormwaarschuwing nummer 23 voor kust- en ruime binnenwateren. Texel, Harlingen, Rottum, Delfzijl, West 6. Overige districten geen waarschuwing. Einde van stormwaarschuwing nummer 23.
Einde van deze veiligheidsuitzending.
So, that was a gale warning, exactly for the town where I'm going. So I can see some like big clouds there, and so probably they're gonna bring some, like it's basically nothing here, and then boom, there they are. So very likely that's going to bring some wind. They're saying west 6, so right now I got 20 knots. That should be about 30 to 35 then. But well, we'll see. I have about an hour and a half, I think, more on this trip, so I should be in pretty soon. The main thing, so again, a good reason why I left early is because this particular town where I'm going is completely downwind. Like it's all the way downwind of this entire sea. So if the rest of the day is 35 knots, then if I'd left at the second tidal window, it would have been like absolutely crazy winds and crazy standing waves and stuff. So very happy that I made, in that regard, the right choice. So let's hope that the actual gale waits until I'm there, but we'll see. So far still 16, 17 knots right now, so that's definitely northwest 6, but we'll see what happens. Okay, so far so good. As you can see, we're starting to roll more and more. The waves are really starting to build now as we're getting to the lee side of this sea. Another buoy here. And now comes the really tricky bit. So, if this wasn't tricky enough. So basically here, I'm gonna have to, so I'm here right now, I'm gonna have to insert myself into this. And so this here is, well, this path is about maybe 20 meters wide. And especially one part of it here, right before, they can probably see it better here on Ergonomics, there's more detail. Like it's literally exactly the depth of my boat with the right tides. So you have to really get it right, and with high water but with a lot of current and maybe 20 knots of wind, it's always a bit tricky to move through there. So let's hope it all goes all right. Here, eating from the surf. Thousands of them. Really cool. So winds increased to a steady 21 knots now. So I made the journey a little bit smaller, about second reef I guess. And I'm still maintaining a nice like 7 knots or something. I'm just gonna keep it like that. I can see the dark kind of coming in from there. So I can show you guys. So we can see the front coming in. Some dark rainy stuff looking there. So I hope I'll be able to, there I can see my destination. So I hope I'll be able to make it before that actually hit us, but I don't know, I'm probably gonna get the tail end of it as I come in. So eyes wide, paying attention, and let's get there safely. So as you can see in here, we're definitely on the lee side now, so right here on the shore side. I'm right now in the middle of that squiggly little path. So eyes open, paying a lot of attention. My next navigational marker is right there. Actually, I should probably drop off maybe the rear 5. Got some other traffic here also, which is always, well, interesting. Give them some space as well. As you can see, it's pretty lively in here. The waves have really built up now, so full on. There it is! Now I have a lot of other boats behind me, and I'm right here in front of the, so they closed the storm doors of the city because it's kind of like an old borough, like a walled against the water as well. So I have to wait for at least an hour or so more till the storm clears. Kind of an interesting docking situation here. I have to walk this rather interesting bit. Yep. And we're on land. There she is in all her glory. We got the little lighthouse here. It's very stormy, it's about 26 knots sustained now. Lots of boats coming in. Such a cool town here because there are many classic boats everywhere. Wow, such a cool place. So here we got the little town. And so now I'm gonna have to go here through the storm gate, then through another little bridge there, and then there in the right in the heart of the city I'll be able to dock. So I'll be docking right there. So we found a spot in the old marina here next to some old beauties. It's so cool because it's like right in the old town with all these beautiful houses here. It's fantastic. You have to put a wood stick next to your boat because this is a tidal marina, so it's actually gonna go down about 2 meters. So they have this kind of like metal bars that will take your line down. So my neighbors here are also gonna try to hook onto that. But yeah, that was a real fun sail. So now I'm gonna relax, have a beer, and get ready for tomorrow.
It actually becomes an all the effort and aiming.
Hello, Seawolves. To Jean, I guess. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, to Jean. New boat that I want to talk about. I think that you're going to be very interested in that. And of course we have some updates from the Alpine fleet, which are battling kind of a trough in the weather, so not much wind for them. And the weather window I talked about yesterday is actually looking more and more likely like that might actually happen. So that and more in the show today. But before we get started, of course, I hope that you, just like me, have some fresh deliciousness in your cup over there. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, that just hits the spun like nothing else, right? So, let's start with a little weather update because
bonjour, bienvenue à bord. Des conditions parfaites, idéales pour glisser tranquillement.
here we go with show number
Tuesday.
For us, I predict that this edition of the Vendeeglobe race is going to have an absolutely epic first 5 days, because I just took a little peek at the weather this morning, and well, let's dive right into it. We're going to discuss the entire way, so that's behind them, and so that is going to present this. Might actually see that a strategic choice in this particular that are kind of moving through in this direction.
And the spare parts and the
Hello Seawolves and welcome back to the show. Wow, what a great start that was yesterday. Just looked and already over 20,000 views on the show yesterday. Seawolves TV.
In 1873, Jules Verne published his novel Le Tour du Monde en 80 jours. In it, an adventurous and entrepreneurial English businessman bets half of his fortune claiming that he can travel around the world in 80 days. A feat that, until then, was never performed in the history of man. From London to Suez, Suez to Bombay, Bombay to Calcutta, from there to Hong Kong, Yokohama, Yokohama to San Francisco, and on to New York, and finally from New York back to London. It was an adventure that spanned the world, forcing the hero Phineas Fogg to use every exotic means of travel to complete this journey. And as a story, it traveled the world, sparking the imagination of millions. And that imagination has brought us further than Phineas Fogg or even Jules Verne himself could have ever imagined. Inspired by Jules Verne's great legacy and the amazing race of Phineas Fogg around the world, sailors came up with a great idea to push technology and innovation. A great but simple challenge: to build the fastest ship humans have ever made and race it around the world faster than humans have ever done before. And so, the Trophée de Jules Verne was born. Now, in order to keep the contest as open and innovative as possible, it was decided that the boats could be any size, the crews could be any size, and any design was welcome, so long as the goal was to round the globe in less than 80 days or best the latest record. Set by Francis Joyon on Idexport in 2017 of 40 days, 23 hours, 30 minutes and 30 seconds. It is, by all accounts, an almost unbelievable achievement. But now, in 2020, 3 new teams are waiting at the starting line to see if they can round the world in less than 40 days.
It is important that we first get to perhaps the most important thing of the entire show. I don't have my official Seawolf mug today because I have this very interesting mug from Reykjavik, actually, Iceland. So, hello Iceland. I hope you guys are ready. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, cheers!
Ah, je crois que c'est la première fois que je vois un arc-en-ciel aussi lumineux et parfait. Trop beau, regardez. Incroyable. Magnifique.
Yeah, and cool by the way that
Allez, je vais découvrir le Pacifique et le soleil.
Regardez, on a plus de 50 nœuds de vent. Ça me suit. Oh, attention!
Seawolves Vendeeglobe says I'm heading for the goal. No one in my league, I'm the best they got. Catch me if you can, but I'm too hot. No one can catch me, I'm the leader of the pack. Seawolves Vendeeglobe shows me sail around the track. I'm the one they all chase, but I'm too fast. No.
Good morning, wolves. Just take a look at that. How pretty, huh? This is the Dutch island of Pampas. It's been an execution island and a prison, and in the Second World War it was a big German fortress. Absolutely beautiful place. There isn't a lick of wind. So I spent the night here and just had my morning coffee, as you can see there. Made a few drone shots of the sunset, of the sunrise, sorry. And just wanted to show you guys this. Things that I absolutely love the most about sailing is sometimes, because actually it's very early in the season and it's about 1 degree right now, so usually in the summer there are lots of boats here, but now I'm literally all by my onesie on the anchor here, just enjoying this amazing sunset. Stunning place. If you're ever sailing near Amsterdam, you should definitely come here. There's also a restaurant there, so you can actually, you know, have dinner or have a cup of coffee right there. I think it's closed now because of all the corona stuff, of course, but beautiful place, so can definitely recommend it. And it's about 2 hours later, and as you can see, we have some actual little ripples on the water. So it seems like we have a little bit of pressure. Gotta wait half an hour more, should keep increasing a little bit. And then it's time to raise the sails. So super easy cruising, 3.6-ish knots. And saying goodbye to Pampas there. See you next time, friend. My little sunny chill zone there. And now we're going into the gusty wall. But I see some gray on the water here, so we're getting a little bit more pressure now, I think. 3.7 knots. Will we make it to 4? That's the big question. Now we're sailing. That was a lot of work getting the sails up. But we're doing nicely now. There's Pampas. Wind really increased nicely. Volendam. There's Pampas. So I am trying to get here. In order to do that, I have to go around here. The wind is coming more or less right from there. So I am tacking up, full into it. Whew. Bouncing around. Hey. Second reef in the main, jib 1. Almost ready to make another tack. Just handling it beautifully. Wonderful boat.
really wet sail now. Wind seems to have increased just a little bit. It's not that bad. I think it's around 30 knots now, you know, with the fact that I'm going into the wind. But doing 7 knots steadily, and I'm finally on course to clear the lighthouse. So I'm, you know, doing one more tack, then a little bit more upwinding, and then I have a nice beam reach to the destination. Whoa, it's getting real wet out there. Wow, that is the force of Mother Nature. Beautiful. Love it. Waves have been building a little bit. I don't think you can see it on the camera, but they're about 1.5 meters now. What a beautiful sail. This pace I should hopefully be there before sunset, because it's a bit of tricky marina to dock on your own. It's only poles, so we'll see how it goes, but wow, what a sail. problem is getting the sails down now in this weather because there's not a lot of shelter around. So that's going to be an interesting exercise. Upwind. Beautiful sail though, beautiful sound and everything. I'll show you kind of what the issue was. So so I have to kind of clear this pier here, which is rather shallow, so I had to keep tacking and tacking and tacking until I had enough altitude to lay in a course to kind of clear this. But now we're there, and then it's and into the marina. Whew. Tough sail, but we're getting there. So much fun. And I made it just before dark. It was quite something to come into the marina here actually, but wow, what a nice sail that was. So I'm in Volendam. It's kind of a famous fisher city, very touristy. And all this kind of iconic houses. Very nice marina. So yeah, I guess lots of actual sailing in the show today. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. Somebody wrote in the comments last week, like, if you put an hour of just sailing footage, I will watch it. So I guess I'm kind of putting you guys to the test as far as this goes. If you like, you know, this type of like long form sailing footage, let me know, because you know, I'm expecting to be sailing really a lot in kind of similar conditions over the next 2 weeks, because the most of the Dutch weather in this season is kind of like that. So you know, 20 to 30 knots, nice clear blue skies with lots of wind. So if you want to see more of that, let me know in the comments. For now, thank you all again very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next episode. Have a nice weekend. Bye bye.
Et bonjour. Tout va bien à bord. Des conditions parfaites, idéales pour glisser tranquillement. Alors sur les fichiers, il n'y a pas du tout de vent et j'ai eu beaucoup de chance aujourd'hui. En retour, moi j'ai tout le temps eu du vent pour me déplacer vers le nord, comme Romain Athanasiou qui est devant moi d'ailleurs. Nous sont restés un peu à l'arrêt, voilà. Et repasser devant le groupe de gens, devant Carlo, derrière moi, voilà. Je suis très content de reprendre ce bateau-là, même si c'est pour le plaisir. Voilà, on lâche rien, on continue. bouquiner un peu, tout ça en avançant bien, ça c'est cool. Par contre la voile qu'on avait réparée à Ushuaia a explosé, mon J0, donc on va faire avec les voiles qui restent, heureusement qu'on en a quelques-unes à bord. Et puis je voulais profiter de ce message pour féliciter Charlie. Bravo, bravo Charlie Dalin et toute l'équipe, toute le team voile de la Massif. Vous avez fait un super boulot. Depuis le temps que tu prépares ce Vendéglobe, toute l'énergie que tu as mis dedans. Bravo, tu es un super marin, un grand marin. Bienvenue dans le club fermé des vainqueurs du Vendéglobe. Et c'est très mérité. Tu as fait une course formidable, une magnifique course. Tu as osé prendre des risques à l'entrée de l'Indien, on a cherché la grosse dépression là où on n'est pas allé. Et puis après, toi et Sébastien, vous avez su gazer. Johan a fait une super course en remontant à la force du poignet derrière, mais tu as su garder ton avance. Une route impeccable, un bateau parfaitement prêt, de super vitesse. Donc il était pour toi ce Vendéglobe. Et je sais pas si tu te rappelles, il y a 4 ans quand j'ai pris le trophée dans les mains, ce que je t'ai dit. Je t'avais dit dans 4 ans il sera pour toi. Voilà, je ne me suis pas trompé et je suis très content. C'est vraiment mérité. Bravo à toi l'ami. Et puis belle soirée, regardez comme c'est beau. Ça valait le coup quand même de continuer la route. Hein. Ça c'est beau ça. Ça c'est magnifique. Yeah. Mon bateau aussi il est beau. Oh là.
Hello, Seawolves. To Jean, I guess. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, to Jean. We have some updates from the Alpine fleet, which are battling kind of a trough in the weather, so not much wind for them. And the weather window I talked about yesterday is actually looking more and more likely like that might actually happen. So that and more in the show today. But before we get started, of course, I hope that you, just like me, have some fresh deliciousness in your cup over there. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh. That just hits the spot like nothing else, right? So, let's start with a little weather update. Because
In 1873, Jules Verne published his novel Le Tour du Monde en 80 jours. In it, an adventurous and entrepreneurial English businessman bets half of his fortune claiming that he can travel around the world in 80 days. A feat that, until then, was never performed in the history of man. From London to Suez, Suez to Bombay, Bombay to Calcutta, from there to Hong Kong, Yokohama, Yokohama to San Francisco, and on to New York, and finally from New York back to London. It was an adventure that spanned the world, forcing the hero Phineas Fogg to use every exotic means of travel to complete this journey. And as a story, it traveled the world, sparking the imagination of millions. And that imagination has brought us further than Phineas Fogg or even Jules Verne himself could have ever imagined. Inspired by Jules Verne's great legacy and the amazing race of Phineas Fogg around the world, sailors came up with a great idea to push technology and innovation. A great but simple challenge: to build the fastest ship humans have ever made and race it around the world faster than humans have ever done before. And so, the Trophée de Jules Verne was born. Now, in order to keep the contest as open and innovative as possible, it was decided that the boats could be any size, the crews could be any size, and any design was welcome, so long as the goal was to round the globe in less than 80 days or best the latest record. Set by Francis Joyon on Idexport in 2017 of 40 days, 23 hours, 30 minutes and 30 seconds. It is, by all accounts, an almost unbelievable achievement. But now, in 2020, 3 new teams are waiting at the starting line to see if they can round the world in less than 40 days.
It is important that we first get to perhaps the most important thing of the entire show. I don't have my official Seawolf mug today because I have this very interesting mug from Reykjavik, actually, Iceland. So, hello Iceland. I hope you guys are ready. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, cheers!
Alors là, je crois que c'est la première fois que je vois un arc-en-ciel aussi lumineux et parfait. Trop beau, regardez. Incroyable. Magnifique.
Yeah, and cool by the way that...
Allez, on va découvrir le Pacifique et le soleil.
là de la mer les amis. Regardez, on a plus de 50 nœuds de vent. Ça fume. Voilà. Oh, attention! Oh là 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 là. Oh, c'est chaud là hein. Là c'est très chaud là.
So I told you in the last episode why I'm in Harlingen, to get my day skipper license so I can go into the Yachtmaster later in the year. So that's what we're starting with. Here we go. So we're having some fun here. Good old-fashioned Dutch rainstorm sailing. Yelled to the instructors, having a great time too. No. He told us it was gonna be sunny and with bikini girls. Sailing in Holland in June. Yeah, love it, love it. Summer, here we go. Gee. 2, 1, checking. Still loose, right move. Get on. Ready? 3, 2, 1, checking. Okay guys, ready, check? And still loose. Come on. So, navigational hub time. Navigation happens. So we're nicely on the Waddenzee on our way to, well, either Texel or Den Helder. Good lively breeze. How are we doing, Navi?
Good. A little bit queasy down the navigation table, but otherwise good.
Get used to it. Got a new steering man. Practice, practice. Suffice to say, I had a great time practicing all of the old school sailing techniques. Of course, we did a lot of maneuvers like man overboard, like many times. We had to navigate the entire week just using the good old paper charts and the almanac for the currents and the tides and all that stuff, and the compass. I had to do a night sail from one town to the other using just the navigation buoy lights and stuff, and the compass also. So all in all, a great week, and happy to report that I made it to day skipper. So step 1 completed, and then back to Enkhuizen for the way home. Visser, recht voorhand. So, stuck already for 2 days in Harlingen here. It's summer, but you wouldn't think it if you looked at it. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have, well, still 25 knots or something coming right from Amsterdam. And it's about a 2 days journey actually, as far as sailing goes. I can do it in 1 day, but it's quite far. So let's hope it's a little bit better tomorrow. let's just say that the weather predictions didn't want to improve, and neither did the physical weather around me look like it was going to improve at all. So I figured it was time to just move through it. Holland in June! It should be summer right now, but I'm just surrounded by some beautiful but gnarly wind. About an hour to the lock I got the wind like right ahead of me, so it's very narrow path, there's no point sailing, otherwise it's going to take me 3 hours to get there. But wow, what a weather for June time. Whew. Wow. See, we got a beautiful light part of the sky, and then we got the dark side of the sky everywhere else. It's staying on that side for now, so and the wind is blowing in that way also, so far so good. If I stay on this side, I guess I'm going to be okay for at least half an hour more than I need to get to this lock here. But wow, this is some intense stuff. So happy that I'm not in there. Wow. You can see how it's slowly passing me and going behind me. Wow, I got so lucky there. I mean, I would have survived, but wow, that looks really dark. So I made it to Kornwerderzand, the lock, going into the IJsselmeer after this. Seems I fully avoided the bad stuff, so really happy with that. So now we spend a little time going to the lock, and then well, we're wind-wise, actually it went down a little bit. We're on 17 to maybe 22 knots of wind, so 2 reefs, working jib. Should be a very cool sailing trip for the rest of the 4 or 5 hours. So really looking forward to it actually now. Behind the dike now, so a little bit in the lee of the for wind. Gotta get everything ready to get to this lock, and then we'll see how it goes. So I took my sails down. I got some problem with my dinghy because the waves are so steep that it started to scoop water. So I gotta put it somewhere behind the boat and drag it, otherwise I can't sail because well, this can't heel over. So I found a little place where I can probably anchor. I hope it will work with the wind. I'm not entirely sure, but it looks good. So I'm heading there now. We should be there in like an hour, I think. And I will anchor there, fix the dinghy situation, and then we have still about 3.5 hours more to sail. So I hope it will all work out. Let's see. I'm right in the sun here, but right beside us is another big strong storm. Sky just super dark. So I'm right here in the sunny part, almost at this anchorage, so I can fix the dinghy situation. But wow, another big one. It's amazing to see them develop so fast. It's like kind of gray and nice, and then suddenly boom, there it is. So nearly there now. You can see the land, still a lot of spray, but I'm getting there. Waves have gone down quite a bit. So I think 10 minutes more. Then it's time for some fresh coffee. Whoa, jeez. I'm getting soaked in here. My. Well, it's certainly a lively trip so far. So I'm anchored, still a bit wavy here, but nothing too bad. So I finally had a moment now to empty the dinghy, which is just absolutely chock full of water. So just giving that a few minutes to empty. Then we'll adjust the situation and we can get back on the way again. So pretty nice place though.
This time 4 years ago would have been a very different feeling to him. I think he
there was an element of uncertainty then. I think he knew that, or we all knew at that point, that Besthaven had 10 hours and 15 minutes of time compensation. So Mr. Digital, Mr. driven by numbers, I think even at that point was trying to process what was going to be the outcome. And in the end, he was denied by, I think, 2 hours and 20 minutes. And that is what has kept him awake at many, many nights over these these past 4 years, trying to work out where he lost that time, a sail change, any kind of small maneuver or any little tactical strategic decision that he possibly could have done better. But this time, Alan, there's no doubt.
There's no doubt. We can see here, looks like Charlie's setting up for possibly his final tack of the Vendeeglobe. We can see the boats are also, there's a lot of lights coming through his window, so he's got I think an armada of Beneteau boats and Ribs and Zodiacs coming up alongside him here. It's going to be, you can see he's just dropped his rudder down, is preparing for the tack. But yeah, this first contact with humanity's
but he is completely and utterly in the zone. He's just thinking about racing, 100% focusing on the mechanics of the maneuver, isn't he? There's no acknowledgement that he now has humanity. He has his friends, his family, his team round about him in the Ribs and in the support boats. It's just about doing everything right to 100% to get through the finish line.
Yeah, Charlie will stay absolutely focused until he's crossed the line, because he knows as well as anyone it's not over until it's over, and he's got to get across that line. There's still a lot of hurdles. There's a lot of boats around. There's some rocks. There's fishing pots, lobster pots. There's a lot of challenges still to get there.
But what beautiful
Wow.
images there. Just the first light of dawn. This cold night. Temperatures have been down to -2, -3. And I think Charlie telling us yesterday that potentially the coldest night of his race so far, all the way through the Southern Ocean and so on. And then coming down the French coast, really, really cold last night. He's fully wrapped up, isn't he?
Yeah, it does not look warm on board, but I
Three,
mean
and I think
they're
Charlie-
contained within the cockpit, so it does hold a little bit of heat, and I'm sure he'll be doing a few extra battery charges than usual to try and keep a bit of temperature in the cockpit. But
And he has this one last tack that'll expend a few calories, warm him up a little bit. Alan, just talk us through this manoeuvre as we're fortunate to be on board.
yes,
With him, just living these last moments.
it's quite a bit of work. So he's gone rudder down. He sails with the rudder up in the air on the windward side. So he's dropped the rudder, dropped the windward foil down to help give him a kind of daggerboard effect. They're not daggerboards, they are foils on his boat. And then he uses the autopilot for the tack. So before he goes for the tack, he eases off the backstay. He drops the keel down. There's quite a lot of procedure to do for a single-handed sailor. And then he sets the manoeuvre off. The autopilot will be steering the boat through the tack, and he'll ease the sail off, trim the new sail on, pull the backstay on, swing the keel to windward. Then he'll probably go through the procedure of lifting his foil up, and maybe he'll pull the rudder up if he wants to get some nice pictures for the shot into the finish line. But no, it's a decent bit of work.
It is indeed. So on the final ley line into the legendary Noosh Sud mark, which marks one end of the line. But as we said, still not thinking actually about the moment he crosses the line. It's just about keeping the boat up to speed, keeping everything tight.
Yeah, so it's Charlie sailing immaculately here. The manoeuvre there was perfect. He's had a bit of time to practice, but it's always easy to project and feel like you've crossed the line already and relax, and that's when the errors can be made. I mean, the race is not over until he's finished.
Indeed, 64 days, 18 hours, 50 minutes at the moment. It is just at 10 to 8 local time.
And this will be a very different feel from his last arrival as well. You know, the light winds, who were in an anticyclone, high pressure system coming upwind. It's and he's approached from the north to the finish line. You know, very different from his last race where he was coming in from Cape Finisterre from the Spanish coast.
He was saying yesterday that he did, or he could remember all these wind angles from the last approach. He did 7 jibes round Cape Finisterre, and then he still didn't quite know who was going to come out on top across the Bay of Biscay. He had a number of boats out to the north, including Bestaven, who came in at speed. But last night, I think, although as we say he was super concentrated, super focused, he went literally through his backyard. He saw he had a salute from the Marine Nationale. He had some of his teammates out from the Pôle Finisterre where he trains. And I think you said that Francois Gabard was out winging past him.
Yeah.
The 2012 Vendeeglobe winner, who runs the program for his company Mer Concept.
I mean, the back of the boat looks in immaculate condition. If we look at this boat here, you wouldn't think it's done a lap of the planet. You look at the boats at the beginning, you know, in the early stages of the Vendeeglobe, back in the 90s, and when a boat was coming into the finish line, there was rust running down the edges, seaweed growing off the bottom of the boat.
And even last time, I think he had a foil problem, which he'd rigged up some kind of system just to keep the foil working and operational. But this time, we think he had some small damage to one sail. Is J0, we think, which he repaired, but otherwise he's had no significant mechanical problems.
Yeah, I think Charlie's very reserved. I don't think he communicates a lot on what goes wrong, but I also think he's got a very well prepared boat. Program is one of the
none.
Yeah, it's amazing, and the team behind are formidable. You know, they've been with him. This is the second cycle, and every person, every element of this boat is known. You know, is known back to front, and they've done a splendid job. And I think it's a real testament to Charlie, to the team, to every individual that's ever worked on this boat.
So this boat was launched in 2022. It's an update of the previous boat. It's an all-rounder though compared to some of the boats behind him, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the worries with this boat was, you know, a lot of people were saying that maybe they weren't too powerful on the hull shape. We see boats like Johan's and Thomas were a lot more rocker, a lot more designed around the Southern Ocean for going quick or not slowing down or being less violent in a sea state. So he's got a lot flatter run, which means that it's a lot more powerful hull shape, which means he goes quicker in the lighter, flatter seas, but struggles downwind in the bigger seas because the boat runs over itself a bit more. And I think if we look back at this race, we see the strengths and the weaknesses of each boat. And Charlie,
but he has never been slow. He's never been slow.
He's never been slow, but Johan, his sparring partner, his ex-teammate, has been pretty quick. You know, in the Southern Ocean, Johan got ahead for a stage. Charlie sailed this race very differently from his previous races. You know, I think he's definitely worked hard on his psychology, on his sailing philosophy, and which has allowed him to maybe take more risk than he would have done beforehand. But we did see, you know, Johan overtook him in the Southern Ocean, which was where Johan's boat was designed for, and coming back up into the Atlantic, Charlie was able to put the NOS on. You know, he had an extra gear and was able to go overtake Johan again in the flatter seas, reaching upwind conditions, and that's where this boat is really has its strength.
But closing into the line is just this beautiful coming into the dawn.
Yeah, he's got less than 3 miles to go here to the finish line, so it's
the final minutes for him. After last night coming down, we can see the finish line there.
Yeah, between the two flashing lights.
And making good speed. So these are the final moments before the big release for Charlie Dalin. He's waited for this victory for so long. Thought he had done it last time, or he was hoping he'd done it last time, but was denied. He missed 2 key transatlantic races last year due to an illness, and he didn't actually know how his career would go from there. Came back and did the 2 early season transatlantics back to back. Came back with more passion, having missed his racing.
Yeah, but Charlie is Mr. Consistent. We look through his track record. It's not just in the Mockers that he's been absolutely solid. It's throughout the Figaro, it's throughout the Mini, everything he's done. He's always been on the podium. He's always been in that top few.
But this will be the big moment that he's dreamt of since he grew up in Le Havre, among the ocean racers of the time, doing the biennial Transat Jacques Vabre. And as Alan said, moving up through the steps from dinghies into the Figaro, the proving ground for solo ocean racers in France and indeed the world. Just checking the visual out of the window there, Alan, looking at the line, checking his computer.
Yeah, he's pretty focused.
Not
still.
Even a smile.
Oh no, he's not. He hasn't acknowledged the boats around him at all yet.
It's the only way to do it, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is the moment in the race when, you know, he's going to have 30 or 40 boats around him. There's lots of different lights, and this approach to Les Sables, as you can see in this image, is difficult to spot, to pick up the finish line, because there's so many lights on the shore, flashing lights.
But the key light is the Nush Sud Boy, which forms one end of the line. The line is then formed actually by a waypoint, in actual fact, but the committee boat is at the other end.
Yeah, but it's a hard one to spot, so he'll be looking out for that. There's a few lobster pots around. It looks like we can already see he's got a few guard boats around him. They'll be making sure, I'm sure that would be the team and the race organisers making sure that no one gets in the way, because it's been pretty busy here in Les Sables d'Olonne last night. Every hotel was booked out, every room, every parking spot. People are here, they want to see it. And
of course his finish last time, and indeed all the finishes last time, we were in lockdown. People weren't allowed to travel, and so although he had a great victory at the time, and indeed Yannick Bestaven did all on the same day, if we remember, this time everybody's turning up to celebrate Charlie's win, and indeed the second for Johan Richomme, not far behind. And a very, very popular win it will be. And I think that more than ever, France has been ignited by this Vendeeglobe after 2020. There's so many people followed the race because we were in lockdown, and the knock-on effect is it's national news every day, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been followed pretty closely, and it's exciting because it's last Vendée, the boats were kind of restricted a bit by the weather forecast that they had. Oh, here we go, Charlie's acknowledging for the first time that there's about 30 boats around him.
That's right, he's just on the final approach into the finish line. Coming out on deck, he knows he's only got a little bit of distance to go. And these are the moments to really savour. You can't stay indoors and cross the finish line. Just setting himself up.
Yeah, he's got one more tack to do to go into the finish line. It's about 2 miles out now on the finish, and I mean you can't write this, Andy. Look at it. Look at the sunrise. The moon's been beautiful. It's been a full moon.
I mean, he was initially expected to come through at 4 o'clock, then 5 o'clock, but these light wind conditions has delayed his finish. But really, perfect scenario.
Maybe cold, but he's still in his Crocs, which is good to see. Yeah, I'm just amazed at the state of the boat. It looks absolutely immaculate. I'm pouring my eyes over every detail I can. I can see the hydros on the back still there, and
but that is, as a testament to his team, a team which obviously ran the boat before, and some of the team obviously go back to the experience of Francois Gabard, who runs the Mer Concept, owns the Mer Concept company, which manages the massive projects. Charlie just checking his actual distance to the finish.
Oh, I can see some white teeth there.
It's almost a smile, isn't it? But as I say, he's said many times before the race and even during the race that even though he was the ultimate gentleman, the ultimate sportsman when he lost out in January 2021, he's always rerun his race many times over in his head, trying to think where he'd lost the actual time. This time, I don't think he's lost any time. His race has been absolutely immaculate, particularly the Southern Ocean. He was in front of a big low pressure system with Sébastien Simon. Just the two of them left alone. They built up a lead of over 500 miles. Johan Richomme came back at them from 500 miles behind, and Richomme actually led through Cape Horn. Yeah, but Charlie has led at the two previous capes.
As you say, Andy, that was a pretty big moment for them in the Southern Ocean. That was where we saw a different Charlie Dalin from what we've seen historically.
I think he was prepared to take the risk, wasn't he? And he managed and measured the risk in that system. He was monitoring the evolution of the low all the time. The big winds and big seas were behind him, chasing him like a monster at that time. And he almost seemed to relish the challenge at the time.
He was living on a knife edge. He knew that he took the risk. He pushed in front of the front and kept the boat moving fast. And he knew that if he backed off, you know, even the slightest amount, he would find himself in 8+ meter seas, 50 to 60 knots of wind, and the smallest issue you have in that is game over. That is it's lights out, and you're as far away from humanity as you can be. And you know, a lot of the other skippers saw that and decided to avoid that weather system. But him and Seb, you know, kept pushing through, and that's a testament really to the state of the preparation of the boat, to have the confidence in your boat and your kit, to know that you can keep pushing, you know, while the weather system's eating at your heels like that.
And indeed, I think Johan Richomme moved off to the north in a decision which he may rue a little bit now, but at the time this was his first Vendeeglobe, and he really wanted to be a little bit more conservative and safe than Charlie and Seb Simon.
Yeah, as we're getting more and more light, we're seeing more of the boat. This really is, this is a fairy tale moment here. You've got a full moon, and it's not far off setting. You've got the sun rising.
Yeah.
And this is, you've got a high pressure system, and you've got the cold temperature. This is magic.
It is indeed, and he's about 130 miles ahead of his long-term rival, Johan Richomme.
Look at that.
Just seeing there, Charlie just approaching the finish line with this big armada of spectator boats. Obviously, restricted number of boats and a very refined or confined area that they're allowed to move in. But now moving towards the big spectator boats, those from his sponsor Massif, who's been with since 2015, I think. And this is their second Vendeeglobe win for the French insurance giants, who obviously supported François Gabard when he won in 2012. And it's going to be a big record, Alan. A record time. We're expecting him to be over 9 days ahead of the 2016 record of 74 days and 3 hours. So almost 10 days quicker on this race.
Yeah, I think it's exaggerated as well. The last race, the weather system was very different. It was very limiting. The boats ran into a high pressure system, and they were held back almost by the weather. They had the potential to go quicker, but they weren't able to put that down on paper at the end of the day. And this time they had a dream from the leading packet in this race, basically from Brazil. Once they crossed the equator, they hopped onto a low pressure system, ran that across the southern Atlantic, and the leading 2 free boats were able to then work their way around Antarctica.
We had that sequence, and we had successive 24-hour solo speed records, one after the other. It was like top trumps, and everyone pushing harder and harder. Seb Simon, who's going to finish third, coming away with the 24-hour solo record. Just hearing the VHF communication now with the finish line. But these are moments to savour for Charlie Dalin.
Totally, and this is, this is overwhelming to look at here, but you've got to remember, this isn't Charlie's first time. He's done this in the Vendée. He's also done several races out of Les Sables. This is a trained approach.
It's a trained approach to a great extent, but also you have to reflect on the fact that he's come in twice first, or the Vendée Arctic was the first race he did after the Vendeeglobe, which he won, but that race up to Iceland was shortened because of the weather conditions up in Iceland, but these all still sailed back. So Charlie came in through the channel as a race winner, but having finished many thousands of miles to the north. So that finish, big celebrations on that day, and of course the New York Vendée coming in the summer. Again, a very different perspective, and this, of course, is the big one. This is the race that all solo sailors around the world want to win, and he will become the 9th winner in 10 Vendeeglobes. Of course, Michel Desjoyeux, the only skipper to have won it twice. On board just Charlie's left on that catamaran is Mishtej. That's his boat, which is out to support Charlie in the finish. But look at that dawn, a beautiful, perfect winter's dawn.
So here we can actually see the breakwater and the entrance to Les Sables on the flashing lights just above Charlie's mast there. This will be a tricky moment because he is going to have to put a tack in now. He's about 1.5 miles away.
Yeah, it's time for the spectator fleet to move aside and let the victor-elect make his final tack.
Beautiful shots. I mean, this is. I'm overwhelmed, Andy.
It's a dream scenario for him, but it's really is so well deserved in every sense.
He's just looking at the computer now, making that final call to the ley line. He'll probably go a little bit over, keep the boat sailing in, keep it simple.
He's a master weather strategist, isn't he? He spends so many hours at the computer running multiple routes, and that was something he's told us over the course of the race. He spends so many hours making sure that his decisions are perfect, or as close to perfect as possible.
Yeah, we have a lot of tools nowadays that we can access a lot of data and run a lot of simulations, and at the end of the day the human still has to make the decision and the final call on the analysis. But Charlie will spend probably 5 to 6 hours a day working on his weather two or three times a day. It's a significant amount of work that they spend doing.
I mean, it was even insightful to hear him saying yesterday that as you approach the French coast, you get so much more better weather information, and therefore we're spending more time just perfecting his route, even though, as I say, at that point he had a lead of 180 miles over Johan Richomme. He wanted perfection. He wanted to make sure his course into Les Sables d'Olonne, his final approaches down the Breton coast, was still as perfect as possible, giving nothing away, but also avoiding any potential pitfalls.
He knows just as well as anyone it's not over until he's crossed the line. He's got to keep driving. Anything can happen in the light winds at the finish. He can't miss a trick.
You have to remember that, of course, on that last edition 4 years ago, Boris Herrmann was in the frame to potentially win the Vendeeglobe, but then hit a fishing boat a few hours before the finish on his final night. He still managed to finish and take 5th place. But what could have been for Boris, but equally. So a very much more straightforward approach for Charlie just now. When you consider the potential or the conditions we have seen over the many years of the Vendeeglobe, big winter storms, these really are, as we say, dream conditions for Charlie.
Yeah, he's setting up now. This is him. He's looking for his final tack in.
And also, of course, you have to reflect on the how our broadcast technology has moved on year or edition after edition. Here we are inside the boat with Charlie, observing his final decisions, his final moves, and indeed that phrase in itself giving such an insight into the modern technology of these Mocha 60-foot yachts. It's all about indoor, being protected from the elements and living in these tiny little pods. So the advances that Charlie's made, we can't talk about comfort, Alan, but we can talk about the lack of discomfort or less discomfort. He's made significant changes in that respect between his previous boat and this one.
Yeah, I think so. I think Charlie got to remember is coming from the Figaro, and the Figaro is really brutal. It's a small 30-foot long boat. The races last about three to 5 days. There's no room for extra weight, and so everything's minimalistic. So he would have been sleeping on the GRP in the Figaro and only getting 10 to 15 minutes sleep in at a time. So you come from a background that is brutal. It's hard, it's tough, and that's what's made a lot of these top sailors out there. I mean, we look, Johan's come second. He's won the Figaro twice. Seb behind him, also Figaro sailor. Sam Goodchild. Jeremy Bay,
It's very much the proving ground, isn't it? But it's
totally. But that's where they've become tough. So when they transition into these boats, you don't know what comfort is. You don't know that you need it. You don't know what's missing.
But I think, yeah. But I think
actually,
yeah, for sure, there's a step up in terms of the level of discomfort.
Yeah.
Compared to last time, I think last time he found it very, very brutal.
Yeah.
And of course, with elevating that level of comfort, if you like, the living conditions improve, then the performance improves as well, and also the safety inside the boat is improved as well for Charlie, who suffered a head injury during the ocean race, and they've made the living spaces more compact and more efficient so that the skippers make less actual physical moves round the boat. They refine their movements to a smaller area, making fewer steps.
Because a lot of time on these boats, you can't move around. If you need to get around, you're on all fours. The boats are violent. They're not fully foiling boats. They're semi-foiling boats. They're crashing off of waves, and when you drop 4, 5, 6 meters off a 2-3 meter wave, it's a pretty big crash, and you nosedive. So it's all about the efficiency, and come back to the comfort. What that means is the ergonomics around where he sleeps, how he accesses his computer, how he cooks. Charlie can do everything from his seats. He can run the navigation, he can ease the sheets, he can control the autopilot, swing the keel. Everything can be done from the same position, and to get from his seat to his bed, it's one quick movement. To get from his seat to the cockpit again, it's one movement. So it's everything's designed around that efficiency. Oh, that's beautiful there. Look at the sunrise on his bow. This is the final line into the run into the finish.
The breakwater, the entrance to the legendary, the iconic channel of Les Sables d'Olonne, which unfortunately he's not going to be able to go into just now. He's going to have to wait till the afternoon. The tide situation here in the channel is such that he only has a limited time as the tide is going out. The water levels drop, and
this is the final mile for him now. This is it. It doesn't get any better than this.
It doesn't get any better than this, but he'll be able to savour the moment, staying out on his boat until the afternoon, when he'll come into a triumphant welcome. Tens of thousands of people in wait, ready to salute his victory this afternoon.
Yeah, as you can see here, there's still a lot of lobster pots to avoid. I mean, Charlie knows this area, but the lobster pots move, and you can catch one of those on your keel and can stop you completely dead. So he's gonna stay focused all the way in here. And you could see him on the VHF there. He's probably speaking to the race committee, just in case they haven't seen the armada of boats coming towards him.
Anyway, we should hear that communication. But the final mile, the final minutes for Charlie Dalin, heading for victory in this 10th edition of the Vendeeglobe. He's been the most consistent leader over the course of the race. He's led since the 30th of December, when he took the lead off the Brazilian coast of Rio. Difficult, tricky weather transition there. He emerged ahead of Johan Richomme. There's been a tide. The two have been tied by a piece of elastic pretty much all the way around the course. But this time Charlie's managed to hold that lead, which he will now convert to victory in the Vendeeglobe in the next few seconds. But still quite light winds.
Yeah, getting lighter as he approaches the coast here. He's doing a final little bit of tiding there by the looks of things on the deck.
But this is the moment you dream of as an ocean racer, as a solo sailor, and this is the moment that has motivated him ever since the last time. You could not, as you said, Alan, write a script like this.
Oh, the beautiful shape of this boat. I mean, a Verdier designed boat there, massive. It's just glimmering in the sunrise. Oh, these are really magical shots. for anyone watching it, anyone who knows, anyone who's been following the Vendeeglobe, anyone who's worked on these projects, anyone who's discovering sailing, and for those who have been trying for a long time to win this, this really is the holy grail of single-handed offshore racing.
Are numerous, quite a few skippers who have taken the start of the Vendeeglobe multiple times and never even finished it. And ironically, as I said earlier, this will be Charlie Dalin's second time of crossing the line first. But this time it's for real. This time there's no doubt. And now the smile starts to widen Alan.
It looks like he's almost allowing himself to accept that he might cross the finish line here.
But it's going to be a huge and popular win. As I say, I think he was the ultimate sportsman, the ultimate gentleman in accepting Bestaven's victory last time.
Yeah, and Charlie came into this race as the favourite, I think we've got to say. He had a new boat, and he's a solid sailor, he's consistent, but I mean, that comes with a lot of pressure associated with it, and I think he's dealt with that incredibly well. He's not given an inch to anyone. He's not showed any weakness the whole way around the race course. It's a seriously impressive performance from him. 24,000 miles around Antarctica and back up to France. And this will be a new record. Smashing, crushing the old record of 74 days.
That's right, and
almost 10 days faster. I mean, that's almost a 2-knot average quicker lap of the planet.
That's what we're saying, is that every second edition the record moves on days at a time.
Yeah, what were we saying? We think it's every 2 editions it's dropped by about 10 days, give or take.
Which is incredible, yeah, I think from 84, 74 and now 64. But the race fans we know will be out in force. We've seen them since early this morning coming out even to watch from the beaches and the pier head, even though they're only 5 or 6 miles offshore. At the finish line, so many avid race fans in France and throughout Europe. But look at that, the Victory Armada, everyone out there wanting to share these final moments in ocean racing history.
The team there, they're part of the guys that have made this happen, made this possible, because he's on the boat single-handed here, but you know it's a team game fundamentally, and he's supported by a shore crew. They've worked with him on every detail of the boat the whole way through this 8-year process.
And indeed, Charlie's a naval architect, qualified at Southampton University, and so he's a significant input into every stage of the design, working with Guillaume Verdi's team, and indeed the team from Mer Concept, who project managed and finished the boat built at CDK. And there we go, Charlie's
Globe.
Charlie's Globe, it is Charlie's Globe. Waiting to welcome him. What a great image. We say just perfectly timed, as you would hope and expect from Charlie Dalin. We've seen in the past that some skippers have had the luxury of waiting or timing their arrival. I can assure you that Charlie has been at 100% over the course of last night. He just wants to get this job done, the race finished, and victory in his pocket.
We've got behind him on the water there, pole finished there, Courselage. I can see that's the training centre up in Port Lefort, where he's been training training out of the past 15 years or so.
and of course it's the pole where, or the training centre that's contributed, I think, almost all of the recent Vendeeglobe winners. So there we go, the announcement from the race committee on VHF saying, announcing the approach of Massif Santé Prévoyance, Charlie Dalin, to the finish line, acknowledging his arrival.
He's about half a mile out now from the finish line, so. What a moment.
There we go, there's the finish line there with his globe, Charlie Dalin's globe, and this is Charlie Dalin's Vendeeglobe.
He'll leave that cardinal mark.
There we go, he'll go on the bow and just the iconic moment in the sunrise.
This is his moment, he is king of the world.
Indeed, he just, normally you see your skipper just watching the transit of the line from the bow. Here we go, Charlie Dalin. Charlie Dalin acknowledges the moment, just savouring the final seconds of his Vendeeglobe as he comes across the finish line to win the 10th edition. 64 days, 19 hours and 22 minutes and a few seconds, and there it is, Charlie Dalin is king of the Vendeeglobe.
This is his race, finally. He has waited so long.
He is, I think he can't quite believe it. The tears come, I'm quite sure. Just can't quite believe he's done it. He's been on the edge for 64 days, 19 hours, 23 minutes, and the big moment of release. The tension is off, the job is done, the victory is complete.
And this is such an accumulation of work for Charlie as a personal competitor. He is at his peak, but he's not just at his peak now, he's been at his peak for years. Charlie is number one.
He is indeed coming through the line, just as we say, just letting the victory wash over him. All the emotions coming to the fore in the final seconds and these minutes after the line. He'll have a few minutes to remain solo on board.
Now what will be going through his head right now?
So Charlie finishes at 07:24:49. 07:24:49 hours, that's UTC. And beautiful images. He spoke to us yesterday and just he was talking about his dream finish in flat water, almost getting up in the foils, and that is exactly just about there. Just needs a couple more knots, but really you could not have hoped for a better finish, better conditions. Great for everyone, great for Charlie, great for his team, great for his family. So 64 days, 19 hours, 22 minutes and 49 seconds is his elapsed time. So smashing the record. First place, Charlie Dalin. So the course, the official theoretical course distance is 23,905 miles. His average for that is 15.37 knots. But he actually sailed at 27,667 miles. And his average is 17.79 knots. So his family coming on board, his team coming on board. Moments, the moment. The 64 days and 19 hours of being totally solo is over. Victory is theirs. As Alan said, it's very much a team sport. Even though it's all about solo racing, support at home is absolutely essential. Support from his team.
And this is his first contact with humanity.
Exactly.
So now they're gonna furl the sails up. They're gonna tidy the boat up, and Charlie's gonna try and absorb and realise what he's achieved.
So the record is beaten by 9 days, 8 hours, 12 minutes and 57 seconds. So that's the record set in 2016 by Armel Leclerc. Is smashed by Charlie Dalin by 9 days and 8 hours.
Okay, I can see Charlie almost doesn't know what to do with himself. He's been racing for 64 days. He's been so focused, not just for 64 days, for 8 years on this moment, on this goal. And to achieve this here, he almost, I can see it in his face. He's over the moon, but it's almost unreal. You can see in his body language, he's still focused on the boat.
But it is there's that key moment when you relinquish control as skipper. You relinquish control to your team. As you say, no longer solo. And I think great response from the crowds on the water. Just a foretaste of what we're going to enjoy. And as I say, one of the features of his day is he's not able to come into the channel, unfortunately. There's a cut-off. He's actually just he's an hour after cut-off time. If it could have been coming into the channel at 7:30, it would have been okay, but
he's starting to absorb the atmosphere of the crowd there now as well.
So just so we're just hearing the message from Mr. Alain Leboeuf, who's the president of the Vendée region, president of the race, just congratulating Charlie Dalin, thanking him for his victory and his fantastic performance.
It's been a busy morning here in Les Sables. All those boats in the water, they've all been here since 3 o'clock this morning. Has been waiting for Charlie to cross the line. There's all the sponsors, the family, the friends, the press, the TV.
We'll say that will be one of the virtues of the day, as the day will be extended and he will be able to savour a whole day of victory. We expect him to, we know that he's going to stay on the boat until he comes into the channel. We'll do some initial interviews, I think.
Here's one happy man there.
But as we said, Alan, you know, so many of these ocean racers, these solo offshore sailors, cut their teeth in La Solitaire, in this proving ground, the ultimate test of one design solo offshore racing. And Charlie had five back-to-back podiums, never quite won it. His main rival, Johan Richomme, won in 2016 and 2018. Indeed, Johan denied Charlie victory in 2016. Charlie had come across the finish line and had victory in theory. Johan picked up a big gust on the final leg and came in and usurped Charlie by 5 minutes and 15 seconds. And so we say that Charlie's been Mr. Consistent in that respect, to say 5 back-to-back podiums. But this is the biggest one. This is the win. This is the one that counts.
Totally. And you know, Johan and Charlie were teammates back in the day, both racing under the Massif colours. They've grown up together, the same age. They studied in the same city, both Southampton, and I know they've been rivals the whole way through.
And friends. I mean, very respectful friends
working together and
who shared a room, I think, at one stage.
Yeah, and they've pushed each other along this pathway. You know, both of them. That'll be the first time he's lied down, not worrying about where the boat's going.
Where the boat's going, what he might hit, what sails. Has he got the right sails up? Has he got the right configuration? Is he on the right ley line?
He doesn't care anymore.
No more pressure. It's all dissipated. It's all gone. There's no more nights wondering where he lost the last race by a matter of 2 hours. There is just no more pressure. It's just time to enjoy it, to celebrate with all his team, everyone who's contributed in any small way. The big team at Concept, to say, who run the project, led by Francois Gabard. I think Gabard's influence as a past winner is significant.
Oh no, definitely. Gabard's been again consistent throughout his career, and I think he brings a very level-headed decision-making to the process, and they've obviously worked well together to build not just this boat, the boat before, not just the boats, but the projects, and to pull the right team together. I think they've obviously got a wealth of experience and knowledge that's all accumulated towards this moment. That's, you know.
And I think for sure they learned so much from the last race, and obviously the boats have generally become more reliable because of the IMOCA Globe Series, which requires the skippers and their teams to do many more races over the course of the 4-year quadrennial. Certainly made the boats more reliable, but he's had no significant mechanical failures. You look at the number of skippers behind who have had problems with the halyard hooks and things that drop sails in the water. You've Seb Simon behind, who was in the same stretch of ocean, who hit something and lost a foil. You have to acknowledge the hard work that's gone into making this boat reliable. And also, in the end, I think when you look at the conditions this morning, a little bit of luck goes a long way. Anyway, there you go, Charlie Dalin, 64 days, 19 hours, 22 minutes, 49 seconds is his winning time of this 10th Vendeeglobe.
New record for around the world. That's new speed records been set. This has been one race, but Charlie knows how to look after his equipment. You know, it's not a chance that every race that he's entered he's podiumed basically. He's always got to the end. He's always had lighter kit than other people. He's been able to look after the kit.
The other thing, or one of the things which was insightful for me speaking to him regularly over the course of the race, is that he is almost the ultimate process-driven sailor, in that he has a routine that he just follows. He has a checklist every minute, every day, that he just follows to make sure that the boat is kept in the perfect condition.
Yeah.
His maintenance program, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, every check will be written out, it'll be pre-planned, but also every manoeuvre, you know, it's written on his bulkhead. We can see it in his Excel tables, you know, what sheet he uses, when he uses it, what the timing is, how long it takes for the keel to swing, what settings to have on the pilot. All of that has been methodically calculated and worked out through an iterative process, and that's why this sport takes so long to get to the peak of it. It's a sport that requires so much experience, so much knowledge that's held in one person's.
But and overall, the level gets higher every edition. This is, of course, the biggest ever Vendeeglobe with 40 starters, and what do you want to call it? A peloton of teams who really have the resources to win, the talent to win, and. I think that makes Charlie's victory all the more impressive because the level is so much higher. All these teams pushing harder and harder, trying to win, and Charlie Dalin today is the solo skipper who's managed to achieve that. There, with his wife and his
beautiful
family.
moment there.
I think, and one of the things that we can see in the last, and certainly since his illness, one of the things that has been evident, he's taken more time to live life, so to be with his family. In the summer, he had a full 3 weeks off on holiday with his family, and I think that's contributed to his energy, being able to disconnect a little bit from the program. Same thing between the two transatlantics in the early summer.
And I think that's something we don't talk about enough. You know, it's Charlie's been out there 100% focused, but the team and most notably the family are at home. They're waiting. They have their routine. They get on with their lives. But you know,
but equally so, it's an absolute fact that their life, as much as Charlie's life, is dictated and dominated by the Vendeeglobe, because that's his dream, and every mealtime the Vendeeglobe is there, no matter how you paint it.
And it's intense, you know. This is a sport where we go for weeks, for days, for weeks, for months, and we eat, we live, we breathe it, and it is everything. And that's I think it's been great for Charlie, is his ability to get away a little bit and spend some time with the family, and probably liberate a bit of space in his head to come back fresher. Every time he's come back refreshed with new ideas, with a different point of view, and I think that's been part of his development as a sailor and as a human being, probably. But you know, for the people on shore, it's also going to be a huge for his wife, for his family. You know, he's been away, they've had their routine, he's coming back, and it's going to take some time to reintegrate. It's going to take some time for Charlie to learn how to sleep again on land.
Charlie, qu'est-ce qui vient de te traverser comme émotion là depuis 10 minutes?
Une rafale, j'ai jamais vécu des émotions pareilles. C'était la folie là, cette ligne d'arrivée avec la lumière, comme ça du jour qui commençait à percer.
He's
J'ai jamais vécu ça de ma vie. C'était incroyable.
Overwhelmed by the scenario, the sun rising, the joy that he's experiencing. And this is the most beautiful finish line that he's ever crossed in his entire career.
Le scénario de cette course était aussi beau.
Dans ce Vendée-Globe 2024, j'en rêve depuis le lendemain de l'arrivée du Vendée-Globe 2020.
He's been dreaming about this since his last arrival.
Je me suis battu avec l'équipe, on a travaillé dur, on a tout donné pour faire ce super bateau, ce super massif sans prévoyance, pour essayer de penser ce bateau, pour le mettre au point. Et tout le monde s'est donné à fond, le bateau il était nickel.
There's been a huge team effort to get to this point. The guys, the girls, the team, the family, everyone's been working for 4 years towards this moment.
Tu pensais d'abord à la manière, tu l'as montré tout au long de la course. Tu as fermé toutes les portes à Johan ces 3 derniers jours. Vraiment jusqu'à cette nuit, on regardait la ligne et tu tricotais des bords vraiment jusqu'au dernier bout pour aller chercher chaque oscillation du vent. Maintenant, tu peux savourer le résultat quand même.
Ouais, je suis super heureux de ce résultat. C'est génial, quoi. Le Vendée-Globe, la victoire du Vendée-Globe, c'est quelque chose d'unique et c'est super.
After covering Johan the whole way up the Brittany coast, coming to the finish.
De retour au sable avec un record en plus.
Charlie's over the moon.
C'était une course vraiment intense. J'ai l'impression d'être parti avant-hier. Franchement, j'ai l'impression.
And a record as well, he's saying.
Une course de 48 heures.
Yeah,
tellement c'était intense, tellement c'était rapide. Tellement ça a enchaîné, on a descendu l'Atlantique sud.
Having been such a fast race, it feels like it was yesterday that he was coming off the start line. With incredible sectors of the race course, I mean, they had an amazing descent of the Atlantic towards Cape Town. Almost the perfect Southern Ocean. And the lead back into the finish, coming back up the Brazilian coast. It's been a super course for him. The boat's in really good condition.
A few little problems, I think, but nothing big.
Yeah, exactly.
Guillaume Convescure, Jean-Yves Pierre.
He's got the best team in the world. He is.
Matt, c'est tous des champions du monde.
They're all world champions, all of his team. Back at all the little details.
De préparation. Enfin, j'ai vraiment un bijou entre les mains pour faire ce tour du monde. J'ai pu tirer dessus
And none of this would have been possible without the team. Every detail was thought of that's allowed him to push himself and push the boat to the absolute limit. Having absolute confidence in everything that was on board. Even all the spares, everything was thought about to the nth detail. And that just gave him so much confidence in himself. It's really amazing to hear him talk about and respect the team this much.
Bah voilà, Michel Desjoyaux reste le seul double vainqueur, mais je suis heureux de partager avec lui.
This is the second time that Charlie's crossed the finish line in
deux
first.
fois en premier la ligne d'arrivée de cette course mythique.
He's happy, but he's also very respectful of Michel Desjoyaux, who's the only guy who's won it twice, and for sure Charlie's going to have to come back to try again, to try for another victory.
Deux fois de suite d'arriver à franchir cette ligne, mais je pense que ma copie 2024, elle est vraiment à maturité, elle est vraiment meilleure, une qualité bien supérieure à ce que j'ai pu sortir en 2020, même si 2020 était déjà super.
Yeah,
mais voilà, je suis vraiment content de.
So 2020 was still a great race and great performance, but this tops it.
Yeah, he's really matured as a sailor. I think he's saying that he's developed, he's
more serene.
Ton meilleur ennemi en fait depuis des années.
Ouais, c'était un match incroyable avec Johan. Bah, vraiment chapeau à lui. Lui, c'est son premier Vendée Globe et pourtant.
Every detail has been refined throughout the process.
Il a attaqué comme un fou dans le sud.
He's just saying that Johan attacked him like a crazy man in the south. And all the pressure's been on him all the way around. So respect and chapeau to hats off to Johan.
Yeah, and also the fact that Johan's pushed him around. And part of the reason why he's broken this record by so much is also because he had Johan on his heels, pushing him, always knowing that Johan's never gonna let it go.
So the fact he's beaten the record's partly due to the pressure from Johan.
I mean, for sure, the two of them have been neck and neck the whole way around.
Sensation en anglais pour nos amis qui nous suivent à l'étranger.
And this one you can listen to yourself.
I'm the happiest man in the world today, for sure. Winning the Vendée Globe. That's my second Vendée Globe, and last time I only had line owners, I didn't win, and this time I did get the win. And we've been working with the team for 4 years on this edition, building this new boat, preparing this boat, upgrading the boat, and now it's done. And when I crossed the finish line, I felt things I never felt before. Like, that's definitely the best finish line crossing of my career by far, and that was just amazing. So much emotion, and like really happy to be back in Les Sables after 66 days of ultra fast sailing. I'm just really happy.
Tell us about the new record.
Yeah, new record on the Vendée Globe. 8 days faster, I think, than the Armels Leclerc. So yeah, it's amazing thinking that now we can sail around the world on monohulls in 66 days. That's just cool. And yeah, these boats are just fabulous. They're amazing. They can go really fast. They're really reliable now, and you can push hard. You can push. You're the limit. The boat takes it. That's the man. The skipper who's the limit for sure. And yeah, I pushed really hard, and thanks to Johan Richomme, I think that's one of the reasons why the record was beaten, because yeah, he pushed really hard and he forced me to push hard as well. And yeah, that was a really amazing battle with him around the world. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him when he arrives, because yeah, he's amazing. He's a very, really good sailor. That was his first Vendée Globe, and it seems like he's done it like 3 or 4 times already. It looks like the Southern Ocean was like his garden, and yeah, I was really impressed by his performance. Merci.
What's amazing is to see Charlie looks absolutely fresh. He's clean shaven. He doesn't look tired at all. He's talking. He's mastering every word he says. It doesn't look like he's just blasted around the world on a a carbon fibre speed box.
What's nice for the Anglo-Saxon world is obviously having trained in Southampton and obviously having to. He loves speaking English, and he really makes the effort. And often he gives you more detail in English than he says in French. But just great. He says, "I'm the happiest man in the world," and as well he might be.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a really great interview he gave. He was brutally honest, really humble, you know, and respect for his competitors, to his predecessors.
Yeah, and paying a massive tribute to Johan Richomme, who, as he said, the Southern Ocean, although it was the first time, was like his back garden.
I mean, Johan's an amazing sailor. He's similar but different to Charlie in a lot of ways, you know, both engineers, both.
So indeed, just the final, just starting one or two little media interviews, but just enjoying the moments with his team. But let's have a quick look back at the recap of Charlie Dalin's race, finishing 64 days, 19 hours, 47 minutes. Let's look at Dalin's race.
Pour sa deuxième participation, une fois digérée l'émotion de la sortie du chenal devant 400 000 personnes et un départ sans vent, Charlie Dalin mène la flotte dès les premiers jours et pose très vite les termes du débat. Le rythme sera soutenu et l'engagement total. Après un gros coup de vent au Cap Finistère, les alizés sont aux abonnés absents.
Je suis en train de surfer une bombe de nuages. Je crois que j'ai à peu près tout exploité.
La flotte cherche un passage. Les deux vulnérables le trouvent les premiers. Charlie Dalin s'est décalé à l'ouest avec un groupe de concurrents. Il passe l'équateur en deuxième position et saisit la première opportunité qui se présente, une dépression au large du Brésil. Il accélère et prend le train qui le propulse dans l'Atlantique Sud. La cavalcade est impressionnante, 6 records de vitesse tombent et un quatuor dépose les autres, Dalin, Ruyant, Richomme, Simon. Le skipper de Massif Santé Prévoyance passe le cap de Bonne-Espérance en tête.
Premier cap de Bonne-Espérance comme il y a 4 ans.
Dans un océan Indien plutôt clément, Charlie Dalin et Johan Richomme s'échangent la tête de course.
Regardez qui est là. Ce ne serait pas sur le renégat de Johan Richomme.
Mais c'est sans conteste la gestion d'une très importante dépression australe qui marquera les esprits. Fort de son expérience, de sa confiance en son bateau et d'une bonne dose de culot, Charlie Dalin, suivi par Sébastien Simon, choisit de viser le cœur pour profiter au maximum des vents qui arrivent derrière. Coup de poker risqué mais gagnant, il passe le cap Lewin intact et en tête.
Ça y est, au revoir océan Indien. Merci de m'avoir permis d'avoir fait une chevauchée fantastique devant une de tes dépressions dont t'as le secret.
Sébastien Simon soudainement amputé d'un foil, la course bascule dans le duel avec Johan Richomme. Ce dernier exploite à fond le potentiel de son bateau pour revenir en tête après la Nouvelle-Zélande. Après un Pacifique tranquille le long de la zone d'exclusion antarctique, le duo débouche à 9 minutes d'intervalle sur le Cap Horn.
On y est! Wow, le jour comme je rêvais. Tiens, regardez, il est magnifique ce caillou. Wow.
Dans la remontée de l'Atlantique, d'abord menée par Richomme, Charlie Dalin résiste à la pression, pourtant majeure de ce duel. Le design de son bateau est particulièrement adapté pour cet océan. Il profite du passage du front froid semi-permanent au large du Brésil pour reprendre l'avantage. Lui, qui n'aura jamais exposé ses faiblesses ou ses avaries, passe l'équateur en tête.
Un grand moment. Dernier coucher de soleil dans l'Alizé, du Vendée. Commence à faire de plus en plus frais là.
Dans l'Atlantique Nord, une dépression opportune le remonte vers le golfe de Gascogne et vers une victoire en forme de revanche sur l'édition précédente.
So Charlie Dalin's victory encapsulated in a couple of minutes, but Alan, the key moments then, the key things that contributed in terms of the weather and his strategy. Where do you put these points?
Yeah, I mean, he getting out of the northern hemisphere in the lead presented a massive opportunity, not just for him but for the leading bunch of the fleet. The timing was absolutely perfect with a small low pressure rolling off the Brazilian coast.
And that low pressure was quite to the north as well, so they actually sailed slightly less distance and faster, more directly towards Cape of Good Hope. I mean, that was the start of a dream sequence, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that absolutely propelled them across. It was a train that took them straight across to South Africa, and behind them the high pressure dropped down south, making the boats behind them have to sail a longer distance. That really gave them a nice little, that leading group a good advantage then. And then from there he entered into the Southern Ocean, and again they had an almost perfect scenario up until the big low pressure that came up from Antarctica, and that's where Charlie really made his break. His decision there was to charge in front of it, to keep sailing fast in the flat waters, and hope that he'd have no problems and keep the boat moving quickly. That's when Johan, his closest competitor, really dived off to try and protect the boat. And you know, Johan, being there for the first time in the Southern Ocean, was probably reducing risk. Charlie probably taking a bit more, and then Johan managed to get back into him. But
I think at that point. Seb Simon and Charlie were over 500 miles ahead. Johan made this diversion up to the north to avoid the worst of the system, but that gave them that lead. But then
as soon as they
came right back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and when they rounded Cape Horn, actually Johan was probably just in the lead. But the advantage Charlie had is they're different design boats. The hulls are different designs, and Johan's boat is definitely more of a Southern Ocean boat, and Charlie's boat is more of a, let's call it, an Atlantic Ocean racing boat. So, you know, it's never sure what's going to happen, but for sure in Charlie's head he would have known that he maybe had a slight advantage coming back up the Atlantic in flatter waters. So that really was the key for him in this race, was having confidence in his boat design, having confidence in the reliability on board, and a bit of luck with the weather systems. And this is the famous moment.
Again, it's all a little bit surreal in some senses, as we saw these pictures. Very, very similar 4 years ago in January 27th, 2021. He was celebrating, but this time, this is the win. And there you go, the happiest man in the world, the winner of the 10th edition of the Vendeeglobe. Salutes the crowd, salutes everyone watching, race fans all the way around the world. He has delivered an absolutely immaculate win, and respect, a kiss to his wonderful boat. He's just delivered him to this famous race-winning victory.
All this commotion around him will be pretty disorientating. He's been
It's a real culture shock, isn't it? It's just, however, the adrenaline is still pumping, and it will continue to do so for the next few days. He'll go into a massive round of media interviews as
Hello, Seawolves! I hope you all enjoyed that. I gotta cut the screen there because I actually have to go somewhere because I have a very busy day. And we have the second live stream later today when Johan is coming in. And I have to actually move locations for that. So if you want to continue watching, I'm still going to do a lot of, talking about everything that happened. Just hop over to the official VG channel. And we'll be back later today for Johan's arrival. But I got to let you go now. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you all for following along, for appreciating, for all the love. It was a great, fantastic race. It isn't over. We're going to go on until the very last boat finish, so no worries about that. A great toast to today. 3, 2, 1. Cheers to all of you. And see you later today for the arrival of Johan Richomme, which is also going to be awesome.
See you. Bye bye.